Alrighty. We'll see how this is going. Krampus is making noise. It's either Krampus makes noise in here or he makes noise scratching at the door. So, the lesser of two evils was chosen. How are you guys doing? I forgot to prep my coffee a little bit. So, that's what we're doing now. We're getting kind of settled in. I got some coffee here. Pumpkin flavored. I guess Nespresso has their pumpkin seasonal version out, which is great. And just some Earl Grey tea. Alright. Hopefully Krampus won't be too crazy. And alright, there's that. Hello. We have sound, we have vision. Great. A bit quiet. Let's see if we can change that. Might just be me. Is that better? I want to be avoiding the yellow area here. Is that any better though? Hopefully. Hopefully it is. Otherwise we can get the mic right here. Yeah, my oh, it's kind of going, it's doing the boom mic, thing that that's my favorite thing on B movies, where the boom mic gets in the shot. I don't know, I will always be won over with that. Doesn't matter what it's about, even if it's a terrible movie, that whatever scene the boom mic shows up, it's just gonna be a little favorite of mine. Annyeonghaseyo, look at the trees. How you doing? I'll help you a little with the spelling. Annyeonghaseyo might be a better one to go with. Want that G in there. We got all these people first, second, and last. Wonderful. I remember that just unlocked a memory. So I'm one of 3 kids originally. We married into a slightly bigger family, and they, as kids, you're always lined up to be the first in line. And I just remember my mother would always say that the Bible says the first shall be last, and the last shall be first, and therefore it's like if you're last, that means that it's better. And that's all she would have to tell us, and we would just try to now fight to be last, which was ridiculous until you kind of figured out that doesn't really make sense in the example that is being given, which is the first in line to get into the car, or the first in line to get a snack, or something like that. So, yeah, I'm getting told my resolution doesn't match, so we'll see. Now, I'm being told that I need to change the resolution, but what are you guys seeing? Are you seeing something that's okay? That's my question. Filters, properties. I don't know what it's. It takes me a long time to mess with this stuff. Brightness, camera control. We got the zoom. Okay. The boom mic always makes an appearance on Ed Wood movies. See, I don't know if I would know an Ed Wood movie just by seeing it. So we'll see. Yeah, transliteration, that can be pretty difficult. When you're doing like different languages, or even just unless you're talking about that idea of just like trying to explain biblical properties or biblical concepts, and how they apply to the rest of the world. I remember that they were talking like if you wash the inside of a cup, the outside would be clean too. So I remember just, being a teenager, doing the dishes and thinking, oh, this is like a Bible hack, right, for washing the dishes by hand. And no, you still had to clean the outside. So it was weird because it was like, this is supposed to be an analogy that if you clean the inside of a man, the outside becomes clean. Just like if you clean the inside of a dish, the outside becomes clean. And it's just kind of like, you never did dishes in your life, did you, Jesus? Why are you telling on yourself like that? All right. My chair keeps flickering. Maybe my computer doesn't like that. It might be. I've got a green shirt that should match the green screen, but there is some flickering, and I'm not sure how much I want to deal with that. The other option is like to turn the lights off, or to try this other thing that sometimes works, where you get everything a little bit brighter. That actually maybe is better. Maybe. What are we thinking? Does that work better? We move this out of the way. Jesus famously gave poor hygiene advice. That and longevity, like long-term plans, you know. What was it? Instead of look at the trees, look at the birds. You know, does God, or do the birds worry about where their next meal comes from? No, but they also die because they don't have a lot of stored food. So I don't know. And curing diseases with dead birds, that's true, but that was some Old Testament stuff as opposed to Jesus doing it. Yeah, leprosy, by what, you kill one bird and then you dip the live bird in the dead bird's blood and then sprinkle it over the house because the house has contracted leprosy. I don't know. I mean, I know they wanted it over the physical house, but when they translate it, are they talking about the house as the people in the house or the house as the physical building? Hello, Salem. Jesus also thought you just gotta wash the feet. Maybe he was into that, you know? We don't know what he was into. Looks fine to me, but I grew up on wore out VHS tapes, so a lot of stuff looks fine to me. You know, and my eyes are going out, so I don't know if, I think it's temporary. I'm hoping it's temporary. Yeah, I've noticed I need my glasses a lot more. Since I have to stare at a screen, that's the last thing I want to do is put light plus forcing my eyes to focus. It's a very good way to get yourself a migraine. But I don't know, I've just noticed it's harder to read things. And I asked ChatGPT, you know, just for some, like, hey, what's going on? Because I'm stressed out. And they said that your vision can go bad temporarily due to stress because of your blood pressure increasing. And I thought, I need to calm the F down. You know? How you doing, wild card? So I just thought, yeah, you know, I need to calm down. We got parent-teacher conferences next week, and I know that I talk a lot about work. I love my job, but for the first time, just with all the stress that's been coming from the top. I won't go into it, but just kind of coming from the top. I thought maybe I should just quit and be like a full-time YouTuber, but I'd have to, of course, transition. So I'd have to come home from work and do a lot of more videos so that way I can build up my audience and stuff. So for a while, I think it would be more stressful, and I'm not really sure. I love teaching. I love teaching high school, and it almost seems like a wuss out to do that, where I would quit a job that I love just because of the environment that's created by one person. And I feel like it's kind of like, you know, when your brain tells you to end it because you got depression, and you're just like, no, you got to try harder than that to get rid of me, kind of thing. So I'm feeling like, I don't know. Yeah. But it was one of those things where it did cross my mind, maybe it's time for me to go, kind of thing. But I don't know. But we got parent-teacher conferences coming up tomorrow, which is exciting. Meeting the parents is always interesting. If you guys have any questions at all, please ask what it's like to meet the parents, or if it's, you know, what is it like in Korea. We got a new student this year, kind of halfway through the quarter, sort of tail end of the quarter actually. And I was promised that this student was like super fluent in English, and it's very easy for the students to kind of blend into your class. The students got all A's and everything, and the students got an 88% in my class, which isn't bad. But considering they've got things like 102, 199% in their other classes, it makes me wonder, are you just not that good at social studies? Or are you missing something? And I think it's the second one. This is a student that students cannot come behind my desk because they can see my screen, and my screen usually has grades on it. So I always tell them as they're coming, I say, front of the desk. And he said, okay. And he walked back to his seat. And I said, no, name, come back here. I was just telling you, you can't walk behind my desk. You have to stand in front of my desk. And he said, okay. And he turns around and goes back to his seat. And I was like, no, come here. You have a question. What's up? You know? And he's like, okay. And he turns around and goes back to his seat. And it's very confusing trying to deal with him. He has a very hard time just understanding directions. I asked him if he's scared of me, because that'll happen where students get scared of me, and he said no. And I said, really? Not even a little? Like, I was a little disappointed. Really? Oh, okay. Well, then I have no excuse for why you're kind of behaving like an NPC. I didn't say it to him that way, but I mean, he even said that during the study week, where we got to work on the study guide, and he was given the study guide as an assignment to catch up, with the classes that he missed. He was the only one given this as an assignment because everybody else had to take the exam. We're going over the study guide, students are asking questions, I'm answering their questions, drawing them on the board, giving them answers, etc., and he just sits there. And so we've got 2 80-minute periods in the week to just do the study guide, and he's the only one that has to turn in the study guide as an assignment, and he sat there. He didn't do anything. And he wasn't doing something else, he just didn't do anything. If he was studying for something else, I wouldn't be thrilled, but at least he'd be doing something. So I asked him, what were you doing that whole time? And eventually he just said, well, I was just thinking about nothing. And I was like, you're just like a dead body just in a seat for 2 class periods. What am I supposed to tell your parents if they come to the PTC? You could do this for free in a public school. Why are they paying for this? So it's frustrating to have to deal with it. But it's not just him. That's a lot of students these days. Let's see. Wildcard says, keep teaching. It's what you love to do. I think that's where I'm leaning. I think it's just out of that stress, You're just one of those things where you're just like, I'm just gonna go. You know what I mean? Just watch him function without me. That kind of thing. Retsa says, I've worked at my current job for almost 3 months, and I'm thinking of quitting because of only one person. And that's the thing. If you saying that, I'm immediately thinking, no, stay with a job that you like. Screw that one person. That person should not be dictating how you live your life, including how you're making money. And I guess that's going to have to be my advice to myself, too. Aunt Jaris says, parent-teacher conferences, how do those go in Korea? Is it confrontational at all? Are the students involved in the meetings as well? They do that in the U.S. now, or at least in the nephew's district. That's interesting. I don't want the students there. I did have a group of parents. So usually it's one parent that shows up, but I did have both parents come, and they brought their daughter. That was interesting because she was getting like straight C's, and for her, she was, she was capable of doing the work. And I said that. I said, your daughter's very capable of doing the work, and I've talked to her and stuff, and she just hasn't been turning it in on time, and so she gets docked points, or she can fix it for more points, but she just doesn't. And I don't know why. And so all of us turn to her. It's just, like a bunch of adults, like, looking at her. And she just kind of said, well, I don't think a C's that bad, so. And I said, that's your answer. There you go. If she wants to improve her GPA, she knows what to do. And until then that's her answer. Her parents, I asked her the next day, I was like, how did your parents respond to that? Because I don't care. If you're doing as well as you want to in the class, that's your issue. That's up to you. It's not up to me to care about your grade more than you do, and I don't. I want you to do well because I know what that looks like trying to apply to college, but ultimately I can't force that, and I don't want to, and that kind of approach seems to work for teenagers because they don't want somebody constantly, breathing down their neck. The student was like, yeah, my parents weren't happy about that. And I said, I think they would be. But, I appreciate your honesty because at least it gave us an answer. It's not an awesome answer, but it's an answer. So now we know what the root cause is, and, how to fix it if you care to fix it. But otherwise, I think the only time it was confrontational was one parent. And so remember, I've taught for like, since I've been in Korea, but at this place I've taught, this is my 8th year. So out of all that time, one parent being confrontational isn't too bad. I've had parents be confrontational, but this is outside of a parent-teacher conference. So but the mom that came in, every teacher she met with, instead of talking about her daughter's performance in the class, she was just talking to those teachers about what I wrote on the report card that she didn't like. And it was just basically about how, in a nice way, it was basically how her daughter's lack of attention to detail sometimes leads to very unexpected outcomes in her writing that can make it sound like outrageous or racist or nonsensical. She's very capable of forming these coherent sentences, but she just isn't putting in the effort. Something like that, but wrapped up a little nicer. And the mom just hated that. Just hated it. And so she wouldn't let it go. And every single teacher she spoke to was like, you need to talk to Lee. You have to talk. And it's like, they're just teachers. At the time we were all essentially equal, except I was the most senior person there. So it was just weird for her to even ask that question. So she eventually gets to me, and we were just explaining that it's just a progress report. It's not, like her transcripts will transfer, the report cards will transfer, but this is not anything. Why don't we talk about your daughter's performance in the class, which is why she's getting like an F. Like, that's what we need to talk about. But this mother was just she talked a lot about how well she spoke English, which was weird because she didn't. And she said something about getting a master's degree in an American university. And that's really what I remember from the meeting. The meetings are pretty short overall. I'm not worried about them because I keep a lot of receipts. Just a lot. And I talk to students. I send emails. I send follow-up emails to kind of prove that we had a meeting, that kind of stuff. So it's not a big deal for me, but it's always weird. Just, you never know what to expect. Most of the parents just want to know how their kid's doing. Sometimes it's, your kid is great. What do you want? And I tell them that I just say, hey, I don't know how to start. They've got an A plus in everything, in every aspect of my class and every aspect of every other teacher's class. So I just ask them, hi, thanks for coming. Let's start out with any questions that you have about your child's performance in the class or about the class itself. And a lot of times they say, oh, nothing. What can you tell us? And I just say, I'm really sorry. Your child is awesome. And there's nothing I really can say. As you can see here, they, do this, great quality work well in teams. Good job. That's all I can say. So those are the most boring, I think, for me, are the ones that the students do really well. The only time it's useful is if I've had them for a while and I've noticed a change in their behavior, then it's useful. So we have a student that normally super awesome and kind of tanked to the exam, so this will be something that now I get to talk about. Just, hey, this is not a big deal right now, but whatever happened needs to be figured out and addressed, because if it's not fixed, it will be a big deal. That kind of stuff. A lot of parents don't know their kids are failing. That was something else that was a little bit weird. Every school puts all their grades and stuff online these days. You can check your kids' homework assignments and how they did and what their teacher said as a response. And, these parents they don't. And I just ask them, well, how often do you check it? Because it implies they should be checking it, and they just say, I don't. It's kind of sad that they're just that disengaged. And Yeah, the only one that was a little different this time was a student who's great, but she just didn't turn in a lot of work. And I asked her about it, and she kind of had this face, and I said, sometimes at home you might have an environment where you cannot study, and if that's the case, then you can just stay late here, and this will give you some focused study time and stuff. And she didn't go into detail, but that was the case, was that she just could not study at home due to the home environment. So I took her aside on Friday and I said, "Hey, your parents are coming. I can't tell them what you told me. What's like a story we can get straight where you're not going to get in trouble and I can still provide good feedback." So we came up with something. Yeah. Cuz I don't want the kids to get beat. That's not the goal ever, ever. Um yeah, I don't think most parents are confrontational. Some of them are, but it's the ones that overly baby their kids. Those are the confrontational ones. You can tell they baby their kids so much. And again, I just have all the receipts. I keep a lot of documentation, and I just show that I've provided every possible opportunity for their child to do well, and they have not taken advantage of that opportunity. So what can we do? Um, some parents, they're used to their kid doing really well, so when they get to my class and they don't do well, um, they first think it's my fault. Of course, they think I might be grading too harshly, for example, or that my assignments are unclear. And I show them not only are my assignments very detailed and very clear, but on top of that, I give really specific feedback so they don't have to guess what to fix. And I tell them the date they have to turn it in and how to resubmit it. And, your kid just doesn't do it. Um, so then they start to realize it is my kid. And I think it's just some kids, and I was guilty of this too. You do well in school because there wasn't much expected of you. And then you get to a point or a class or you get to college where something is expected of you. And you don't really know how to deal with it because just being in the class itself was enough to pass the exams. You just, however you remembered it, you just did, and taking notes was enough, and then that was it. And then you get to a point where different stuff is being asked of you, you have to read on your own, and I just tanked, the first quarter of college, it just tanked. So, that sometimes happens, and it's fixable, but, you got to get the parents on board. I don't know if the student is neurodivergent. The only real thing that I was told was that during the interview for trying to get into the school, the students seemed very, very overly tied to their mother. So anytime the student had to do something, was told to do something by the counselor, the student looked at the mom for approval and then did it. And this is troubling because this is like a 16-year-old student. So that might be part of it. But it doesn't explain that NPC kind of behavior. Put glue on the floor. That'll keep him from going back to his desk. Yeah, that's what I definitely need to do. Will being a YouTuber affect your South Korean visa? That is, if you're on a visa. That's a good question. I guess if it could be, I'm trying to think how like the average person, yeah, they would still have to be involved in something like that. Yeah. Son, what monster would you be if you taught or attended Nevermore Academy? Oh, okay. I I'm probably one of the vampires, I think, just because I've always been kind of drawn to that. I think yeah, that's probably where I would go. I finally started watching Wednesday. I finally did. People were recommending it to me, and I don't know, because you watch the original Addams Family and then they the ones from the 90s and stuff, and you don't want to get it kind of different in your head. Sometimes they kind of make a mistake with some of the ways they implement stuff. But I like the character, the situations they put the characters in, and trying to turn Wednesday into like a functional well-rounded person. I do think it's interesting. If I taught at Nevermore, I'd probably still teach, I'd probably still be a vampire, but I might give like archaeology lessons, and so we would go into the woods or something and dig up, some of the things there. Hard hands back to you, pragmatic crystal. Kilroy said how wonderfully backhanded that girl was. She'll make a great politician. Yeah, it was something. It seems like you know what to do if a student starts doing bad. What if they're doing bad and they stopped doing good with no changes in class and no suspicion of cheating? I do ask, say, hey, I just tell them, like, I've noticed your work and I think that's good. Um, that's kind of all I do. I just recognize their good work. Um, Even if they normally do poorly and they turn in one good assignment, I tell them, this is really good. I was pleasantly surprised with the work you do. You're very capable, and I'd love to see more like this. You just give them that, because they're used to being told that they're not good. They're used to being told you're making mistakes and you need to do this and you're not getting the material. You have to take the class again. They're used to hearing that, so I try to give them something positive. Typically it's one of those issues of what they just started thinking about college finally, and that's why they get their act together. Are mandated reporters a thing in Korea? Yes. And we've had to report 2 incidents. One of them turned out to be the student was fabricating it. Of course, we still have to report it, but it was a bizarre situation, all around with that student. That student needs psychiatric care. Yeah, yeah, and the other one, that was hard, because the student came to me instead of the counselor because they felt comfortable with me, and then I had to tell them that we had to tell the counselor and the police. And the student was really scared, and I said, this, I know, but you can't keep living like this, and it's going to be like a Band-Aid. It's going to be really bad at first, and then it's going to seem unmanageable, and then it's going to get manageable each day. I promise, but we have to stop this. And it was really heartbreaking. I think the hardest part about it is containing my rage because I was just glad that that particular parent never attended a PTC, because I don't know how I wouldn't have punched him. That's as much as I'm going to say. Yeah. It is against regulations to call the kid completely... Is it against regulations to call the kid a completely lazy bum who needs to get their brain into gear, otherwise they're going to live in a van down by the river off of government cheese for the rest of their lives? Good morning, Bree. These are Ouija earrings. They are. Kilroy, I don't know if it's against regulations per se. I don't think there's anything written, but I don't tend to go that route, because I kind of ask them. I've asked them, what do you want out of life in terms of a job or education? Where do you see yourself? And they say something, and I say, are you on track to achieve that? And they say, no. Okay, well, what are you on track to achieve? And that's when they kind of put the van down by the river thing together. And I said, I don't think that's what you want. So why? Let's try to switch gears here. Let's get on the right track. Having those single conversations with them isn't gonna fix it. But reminding them, hey, you can stay after school for like 40 minutes of dedicated study time at least. That's something. That usually can sometimes help them out, but otherwise, you can't force them. You know, you can lead a student to water, but you can't make them think, and that's the hard part about it. Um, and school isn't for everybody. There are times that I have, suggested, have you thought about a GED? You know, it's not for everybody. And some students do. They do go get a GED and they do very well and they get into college and they do great. So that's, as long as you're trying, doesn't really matter which avenue, as long as you're trying and, there is a way to achieve your goals, then yeah, go for it. There are times, like, you joke with the teachers about that. You joke with them about, I mean, there's a lot of jokes we have about the students. I think it's just because it's work, You always have jokes about work and things that you say, and of course you don't mean it. It's just kind of like, oh, that would have been funny to say, but of course you can't say it because you shouldn't say those things to a child, teenager. So it's, yeah, you do, I guess, say those kinds of things. We're gonna expect to see this kid, living on the streets, with the way that they're going. It's too bad. Trying to think of any. I don't think we make tons of jokes about like individual students, but I have told the students that they're all doing big NPC behavior lately. They're just not thinking at all, and it just seems to be a age-wide problem that didn't exist. We had some students unable to think critically, but these students this year, they're all messed up, and I think they missed a lot of education during COVID, and it's not their fault, but now it's their responsibility. And so I've been telling them stuff like, all right, we're getting a little bit stricter here, in the second quarter. If you turn in your assignment in this, or this format, you just get a 0 automatically. And when you do fix it, you are now late. So, at least get this stuff in there, because that's how a lot of professors will grade them. They need to be thinking for the future. So I had the students just take notes on that, just some of the changes, helping them out with like how to answer questions, how to follow directions, and how to summarize. And also in a history class, you have to give a time coordinate. You can't just say in Italy, because it doesn't exist there anymore. It did at a certain time, but not anymore, so you have to give a time coordinate as well. So they took those notes and then they just submit it. That's all I asked. Submit it in the format that I asked. And I don't know, half the students did not include the required stuff. So half of them got a 0. And that's honestly what they need. They need these small assignments where they get pinged points, because there's that phrase, stupidity should hurt, and it's not. So you got to make it hurt a little bit. And I'm talking stupid behavior. I know the kids themselves aren't stupid. I still have dreams that I'm in school turning in stuff late. I had a dream about having to go to work, but I also had to do a YouTube live stream. And it was very stressful because I had to print a bunch of stuff out. And so I was in and out of my room, but I also had to do a live stream. As for being a student, I don't dream of being a student, though. I just get those work dreams, like a lot. I assume other people have these work dreams where you're late and you show up and you're several hours late and you're not wearing the appropriate clothing. For me, it's like I'm wearing short sleeves, so I can't hide my tattoos, something like that. So I'm just like walking around the school with my hands or my arms tucked into my shirt until I can find something that goes over it. Those are the dreams I have. I don't know how common those are, but those are the ones I do get still. So we can definitely still talk about this, but I also wanted to cover a Jack Chick tract that I don't know that I would cover any other place. So we're going to go ahead and do that as well. But any other thing that you guys want to talk about, of course, we can pause from whatever nonsense this is and do that. Sometimes I don't have shoes on. Yeah, it's stuff like that. You're missing just some normal piece of clothing. I think one time I didn't show up in a shirt in my dream. So that was something. All right, I'm trying to get this situated so I can read it and read the chat. Can I pop out the chat? I should be able to pop out the chat. Where's my pop out chat? There we go. Okay, great. Jack Chick, quality piece of work. This one looks like it was drawn by, I think Jack did the slightly more cartoony ones, and then there were some that were a little more realistic looking. So I think this is one of those. Kilroy says I did a lot better in trade school than in K through 12 because I was actually up and working with my hands. What kind of trade education is there in South Korea? That I don't know. I wish I did, and I should look it up. Because I have mentioned to students that, college isn't for everybody. College is for people that want to get a job that requires a college degree. That's what college is for. If you want to just do work and make some money, you can do it, something like mechanic, plumbing, electrician, somebody who works with trash, like a sanitation worker. Those make a lot of money because people don't want to work in sewers or something, for example. So, I have shown them some dirty jobs. I've talked about crime scene cleanup, death cleanup. So, those are some things that I've run by them. But as far as how to get into trade school, how many trade schools are offered, I don't know. Nobody ever talks about it. There's the Korean dream is to suffer through school, so you can take the college entrance exam, pass the college entrance exam, suffer through college so you can get a degree in a field that you maybe don't care about, but at least it gets you into a job that you don't like at all. So you can make money for kids that you never wanted to have but were pressured into having. And then that's it. That's the Korean dream. Yeah, there's not, it's like you have to work yourself to death so you can afford stuff for your kids, so your kids can do the Korean dream too. So it just kind of, it's one of those things that, in a culture, you don't really think about why you do stuff or why this is the cultural norm. You just accept that it is. And you kind of think there's not really another way to do life here. And that's, that's like anywhere. So that's what the Korean norm is. We assumed you were sleeping. Yeah, I fell asleep before I could catch your live stream, Bree. What time is it over there anyway? So this chick tract, I'll narrate for anyone that's just hanging out and sitting, or not watching the screen, I mean. It's called Creator or Liar. And it's got a nice drawing on the front of the pillars of creation, Nebula. There's a nebula, the pillars of creation, which I think that's a nice thing to kind of start us off with. And, we can see maybe this was drawn by Jack Chick. I don't think this looks realistic. Alright, so what do we think is going to be shown in Creator or Liar? I think they're going to show just compare and contrast kind of thing. This is what the Bible says. This is what those dirty other people say. And then something about, but we know that Jesus is real because for the Bible tells me so. Cue the jingle from Apologia. And that's my guess. What's your guys' guess? What do you think that we're gonna look at? Because, it looks like Creator or Liar is some kind of verses, So let's see. What do you think? While you guys are typing, I will say, finally, ever, I asked the question of who is the God in Christianity. And I asked that question because we're talking about the Roman Empire and stuff, so we have to talk about Christianity. We talked about Hinduism, Buddhism, later we'll talk about Islam. So, I said, have you guys heard of this religion, Christianity? And they're like, yes, some of them are Christian. And I said, okay, great. So what is the name of the God in Christianity. They always say Jesus, but one of them finally said Yahweh. And I was just like, do you know how to spell it? And the student said, Y-A. I said, no. He said, no, Y-H-W-H. I said, oh my goodness. I gave him like a snack that I had. I was just so happy that somebody finally got the right answer. After 8 years, I was so happy, and I just was like, just here, you have a prize. Like, enjoy. I couldn't believe it. So finally, and you hear every year having to explain this. No, that's God's son. What is the name of God? And then eventually it is, Yahweh, and it's spelled this way. And you hear the students saying, I didn't know that, and I'm Christian. And it's just interesting. They always have this conversation. It sucks because you don't have to preface Buddhism and stuff this way, but with Christianity, because some of the students are Christian, you have to say that we're just talking about the concept of Jesus in history as a person, whether you also believe that person is a god. That's up to you, and that's not what we're going to cover in this class. If you want to learn more about that, that's something that you can go to church or read the Bible. We're just going to be covering just Jesus and the idea of him in history and how this turned into a religion and some different stuff in the early religion and what impact this had on history. So that's how I approach it. It was interesting. There was one parents that came in for PTC, and they said they were worried that their daughter wouldn't do well in the class because she's atheist. And I said, I don't see the connection. And they said, well, don't you have to learn about religion and in history? I said, sure, just like you learn about different empires and stuff. We're not practicing those religions, It's and I said I'm an atheist too, we don't practice those religions. We just talk about the different beliefs and how they've impacted history. That's all. That was just such a bizarre thing. I don't think my daughter's worried about learning history. She doesn't think she'll do a good job because she's an atheist. That was interesting. Let's see. Liar is going to be an evolutionist. Ooh, okay, that's a good one. A play on liar, lunatic, or lord. Okay. The most cryptic chick title I've ever seen. Yeah, especially with that lovely image up there, right? The whole Trinity thing does muck things up somewhat. We do talk about that. So we talk about, well, where is Yahweh, where is Jesus? And I draw a triangle on the board, and I say a lot of Christians will explain it this way, that these are all aspects of God, but ultimately God is God. And Muslims will say, no, there's 3 distinct gods. They have 3 distinct jobs. That's polytheism. So what do you guys think? Just argue your opinion. There's no wrong answer. So I have heard the students describe it better than I've ever heard at church, which is, well, to my mom, I'm a daughter. To you, I'm a student. And to my friend, I'm a friend. But I'm still me. So I'm 3 different things to 3 different people, but I'm still me. And I'm like, that is way better than anything I've ever heard explain the Trinity. Ever. So one student was like, well, I have an eye, I have a hand, I have a shoulder, but they're all still me. And I was like, yeah, that also works. Yeah, wow, you guys are way better. You guys should go talk to the pastors. This is triangle nonsense. That's fine. But I really like these other ones that you guys are coming up with. So that's yeah. Let's see. Is God the creator, or did he lie and evolution is true? Oh, well, he says that he is, he can lie if he chooses to. Maybe you're supposed to flip a coin and see if God is your creator or a liar. Ooh, okay, well, we'll get a coin ready. I don't have one. I have a Splenda packet, so we can flip that. If it lands on Splenda or the other side, which is always like an inspirational quote, like, life is short, bake it sweet. Add more smile to your morning. This one just says Splenda and then Splenda again. I don't know. I make some coffee and own the day. Am I owning the day today? Is that what I'm doing? I know I have to go out for lunch later on. I don't know what I'm going to eat. My doctor put me on a low-carb diet, so it's been all right. just having some trouble losing weight this month. I'm just kind of stuck. But we'll see. You know, that's been spooky. But other than that, the track summary, not an actual question. I prefer Iluvatar. That one I'm not sure. Also L. Oh, L for the name, yeah. I don't want to own the day. They make messes over the place. Yeah, the day messes. Yeah, the days. Who wants to own a day? Wait, get out of here. Okay. Description: the Bible in a nutshell. How the world began, how sin entered the world, and why we must trust Jesus. Okay, I guess we should have read that. But how is that going to get us any closer to a liar? Let us find out. So we start off with God just chucking the sun, a crescent moon, a couple stars, and earth. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. I don't see he's creating it. I see he's just throwing them there. All right. And we got the cloud, the cosmic cloud that Jack does. So that's always a fun one. We got the big finger. So the big hand is God. He made man out of the dust of the earth, and he had fellowship with God. Man was given a choice, good or evil, to obey or God's commandments or to disobey. And there's the devil, like, holding out his arms to give a hug. That looks better, right? Doesn't it look better? Weird hand in the sky that's way bigger than you, or this guy giving you a hug. And it says, man chose evil, disobeying God's instructions. Fellowship with God was broken because God cannot fellowship with sinners, evildoers, and man was lost. Honestly, as a Christian, I always hated this because I thought, how come they got the choice, but we didn't? How come Adam and Eve got to choose, and the rest of us just have to be born out of that choice? Why don't we also get to choose? If I can't, because the Bible says, like, each person has to be saved. You cannot get saved on behalf of somebody else. So, like, you being a parent, being saved does not save your child. So if that's the case, how come being a descendant of Adam and Eve, I'm still being punished for their work if I wouldn't have been saved for their belief? And the sins of the father are passed on to the sins of the son, or passed on to the son. Why does that pass on? And in a sense it can, right? In a sense, genetically, if you're predisposed to alcoholism, or if you are a violent parent and you teach your kid violence and that is passed on, that becomes, their legacy of abuse. Oops, we said abuse. I guess we're getting demonetized. So this idea is, I don't know, I just didn't like it. Also, I see that we're kind of off the screen. I don't want you guys to miss out on all these amazing drawings. So let's change it. That's better. Okay. It's pronounced Manwe. Not very ex nihilo, that is. That's your, yeah. I'm on keto, it's pretty great. Yeah, it's not as hard as I thought it would be. A lot of cabbage. In the beginning, God passive-aggressively grunted here and rolled the universe on the cosmic table like a set of D20. Yeah, exactly. It does look like a set of dice. Sins of the father are passed on to the son. Sounds like North Korean criminal justice system. That's true. I think it's amazing that one guy got to make the choice for the eternity of humanity. That was always explained to me in a way that was supposed to raise women, because Adam was responsible for Eve. So even though Eve was the one that bit of the fruit first, Adam took the blame in history because he was responsible for her. And that was supposed to make me feel like, oh yeah, Jesus loves women equally. I remember an apologetic on that. Adam and Eve were the best people, so if they made the wrong choice, so would we. Oh, that's gross. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. I mean, obviously you didn't come up with that, but I hate that. What a simp Adam was. He should have been a simp for God, right? But messed everything up for the rest of us. Alright, so he chose good or evil, chooses evil. So God creates a system where he cannot fellowship with sinners. Okay. So man multiplied, covered the earth, but violence was everywhere. I mean, God is violent. Yahweh's a violent guy. And so because of man's wickedness, God destroys the earth's inhabitants. And so again, this is where, as a Christian wanting to be good and read my Bible, hearing that God regretted anything means that he made a mistake, right? He feels he made a mistake, and he feels guilt and remorse for his wrong decision. So that got me asking some questions right away. Only one man believed and served God. He and his family were spared. And if you guys were there with the Book of Enoch when I was reading through that, Noah was not a good dude. He just didn't interact with the watchers, with the angels on earth. And so because of that, he was a pure man in the sense that he and his family were 100% human, and they're mentally untainted by the influence of the watchers, simply because Noah was a raging alcoholic, and his kids like had to take care of him for being a raging alcoholic. That was it. So interesting. No, well, yeah, it's not your fault. I know, but just damn, that's just such a. I just what I'm thinking is I can't imagine being in the pew, listening to this from the pulpit, and not like throwing a tomato. I can't imagine my pastor saying that. If he said that, I immediately would have come to him afterwards and said, like, can you clarify on what you mean by this? Because this is bizarre. This is a really weird assumption and accusation to make. I would do that often. I would always talk to the pastors after church and, hey, when you were talking about this, I kept reading, and as you moved on, and it says this, what does this have to do with this? Or this seems a bit odd. Why would the Bible say this? So again, man multiplied and again did evil, refusing to serve God. Leviticus 18:25. Let's check it out. Let's check out the Leviticus. Let's do it. blb.org. What do we got? Donate. I might donate actually, because we use this so much. Leviticus. What were we doing? 18:25. What do we got? And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomiteth out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of you of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. Okay. I mean, laws on immoral relations. What do we got? Keep my ordinances, my statutes. Okay, none of you shall approach any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. Alright guys, don't be nasty. Okay. The nakedness of thy father's wife thou shalt not uncover, it is thy father's nakedness. Are they saying, because they're talking to men, right? Are they saying it's thy father's nakedness, so he owns his wife? Or are they saying it's an extension of your father's nakedness, so son, you gay if you do this. You gay if you look at your stepmom. What do you think? Was he saying that you're gay? Or was he saying that that belongs to your dad? It's your dad's thing, or it's an extension of your dad. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness. It says, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. So guys, look, you can't look at your mom's titties, number one. Not your auntie's titties, number two. Even your sister, no titties. That's really what they're saying. I mean, just imagine that having to explain that to, well, I wonder, because there's a lot of overlap with the stuff in the Old Testament and the Quran, but it's totally okay to marry your first cousin. Isn't that near of kin? Well, most boat people I've seen are drunk within 15 minutes of launching the boat, so Noah being a drunk tracks. Um, do you mean most people who own a boat? Because I think Will Phil knows boat people as probably a derogatory term, I think. Questioning the apologetics just stands as proof that it's true and you are in rebellion. Oh gosh, that was. That's a lot of bad memories. Just these accusations that I'm of the devil and I know my look today, especially with my Ouija earrings, doesn't help, but that I'm of the devil and I'm what else? Possessed. We have to do an exorcism. And I'm like, I'm not. And I had to clarify. I'm like, I'm not questioning the Bible. I'm questioning you. That's what I'm questioning. I'm questioning the stuff that you're saying about it. I'm not questioning the Bible. I want to know more about the Bible. I believe the Bible. I'm questioning you and what you said about it. I don't understand it. And that's you get rebuked in the name of Jesus. Get thee behind me, Satan. And you just start. There's a lot of crying that I did growing up because it was so frustrating. I was crying just out of frustration that I was being viewed as the devil just because I wanted to know more, which now I do see, yeah. That, I mean, it's one of the tenets of Satanism, is knowledge. Property, basically, okay. It shows that whoever wrote that was too obsessed with nakedness. I know, right? Franz Kafka has nothing on these guys. Yeah, exactly. I've said worse terms about other boat people. Okay. A lot of bad memories on that. I have questions and they've never been encouraged. Right. I use the term boat people because it's not the actual owner. It's the people who tag along. If you're trying to drink like they do in a bar, you get shut off in 30. That's true, right? That's true. Yeah, so boat people, I'm not sure if you know what the term means, but it's basically there's immigrants who are attempting to get onto Australian soil via boat. But they're doing so, of course, without any documentation. So they're essentially entering the country illegally, right? And so Australia was kind of famous for turning them away and saying, if you guys start drowning and stuff, we're not going to help you. And so this was a big thing, I don't know, 2016? When was it? But there was some case, I think, some people from Southeast Asia somewhere, Indonesia, something like that, they had come over and the Australian Coast Guard wasn't helping the boat people. So it became this kind of derogatory term. So I just wanted to clarify which boat people we're talking. Like, are you talking about immigrants being drunkards, or are you talking about people that go out on boats? But obviously the second, right? Yeah, I agree. They will get. I was on a boat recently, and it felt weird not drinking. Nobody was drinking, and it just felt like I should have a beer, you know. It just. But I also had a migraine, and I wouldn't stop puking off the side. And my nephew, he was like, well, if you feel bad, why did you come? And I said, honey, it's a migraine. I'm going to feel bad anyway. If I'm not puking off the side of the boat, I'm going to be puking in the hotel toilet. I may as well go out on a boat. So that was exciting. Hey, I'm more classy than that. I arrived in this country by Stand Alive. That's good. Haven't heard of that. Then again, about 24 hours by plane from Australia, so Australian concerns are way down on my list. Oh, for sure, for sure. They always bring up that Satan, actually the serpent, but whatever. Right. The legged serpent, questioned in the garden. So questioning is a sign of rebellion. I see. They're just saying I've always heard that if you question God. And I'm not questioning God, I'm questioning you. And I hated that they said that because I am questioning you and you're equating yourself to God. And I just thought that was blasphemous. So I'm being accused of being the devil while you are blaspheming. And I just hated that. You should have rum on a boat. That's true. All right. Yeah. Thank you. I love that TV, Tux TV. Bow ties are cool. I've got two, three. One of them is like a pre-made, but one of them I gotta tie myself. I'm very bad with three-dimensional, like moving stuff in 3D space. Very bad spatially, and it takes me several tries to do the bow tie. But I think after, just with a regular necktie, it took a while, and now I can do it pretty easily. So I think with the bow tie, I just need more practice. The zealots never hold up to even the slightest scrutiny. Oh, for sure. Having to explain what a zealot is, too, because that's in the textbook, that was exciting. The way I phrased it was, it's a person whose religious beliefs are so strong that they will hold them even if it causes harm to other people in their country. So that's always fun to have to be diplomatic. Alright, don't look at your dad's wife because that's gay. Don't look at your sister's titties. Don't look at your niece's titties, or of thy daughter's daughter. So not thy son's daughter or thy daughter's daughter. So no nieces. It doesn't matter where they came from. Even in their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine own nakedness. Okay, well, I like that. That they own their own body. That's nice. Nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, so your stepsister or half-sister. She's still your sister. Don't look at her tits. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister, so your auntie. Tits. Don't uncover mother's sister, other auntie. I like how they have to be so specific. Not your parent. It's just all of them. Like, they gotta be specific. Your daughter-in-law. Don't uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach his wife. Wait. Oh, I guess they're saying that the father's brother owns the wife in the same way the father owns the mom? Because it says it's your aunt. But I thought it was saying don't look at your uncle's penis. What do you think? Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She's thy son's wife. Thy brother's wife. Nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shalt thou take thy son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover. Didn't they already say that? Just say don't. If you're related to them by blood or by marriage, respect the fact that they're not. Like, imagine having to tell a grown human, hey, don't strip a woman against her will. And then to justify it, it's that, well, I mean, like, they own her. These other guys own her, so don't. That's so weird. Don't approach any woman do not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Oh, she's on her period. Don't get your red wings. Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife, to defile thyself with her. Do not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech. Oh, these were the offerings. Don't lie with mankind as with womankind. It's an abomination. Don't have sex with animals. It is confusion. Wait, what? One of them's okay, so if you... Same sex, abomination. Animal sex, confusion. I want to know, what does this say in, I don't know, NIV? That's a weird way to phrase it. Perversion. Okay. Instead of abomination, it's detestable. Do not defile yourself in any of these ways, because this is how I'm going to drive you out before the nations were... Okay. So, here, it's refusing to serve God just meant serving God. That's how you serve God, is by not looking at the wrong titties. That's serving God. At least it is to Jack Chick, right? I always had to tie the tie in front of me and then slip it over my head. Oh, interesting. It's like a lawyer wrote this. Yeah, I gotta cover all the loopholes. What about the stepmothers and stepsisters? Stepmothers and stepsisters, that was covered with thy father's wife. So if whatever wife she is. And then the daughter of your father's wife. Born to your father. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so your half sister, no. Nope, here it is. Do not have sexual relations with your sister, either your father's daughter or your mother's daughter. So this would be your stepsister. Yeah. Whether she was born in the same house or elsewhere. Okay. So don't. Don't do what you find on the internet. Getting stuck in washing machines and stuff, right? Maybe alcohol has the opposite effects in a boat than on land. Yeah, because if you drink, you get tipsy. And if you stand on a boat, you get tipped over. So if you put them together, you stay upright. Don't be weirdly incestuous. Right. And then just like at the end. And also no animals and no same sex. By the way. Oh, and your neighbor, don't do that either. I wonder if it's this long because somebody kept finding loopholes. You know it had to be. Right? You know it had to be. The smoking gun is that it's referring to women as property, is the lack of command of a father to not uncover the nakedness of his own daughter. Devaluing your property is unthinkable. That's true, yeah. That's true. From we read in Leviticus, it seems to give lesbians a pass. As far as I know, right? And that was one thing that came up in the AP World History was Sappho. And how same-sex relations among men, fine. Same-sex relations among women, horrifying. No, terrible. So that a lot of her poetry was destroyed for that reason. I swear a lot of Abraham, and like the book says this. It wasn't just me being like, hey, here's some fun information. I swear a lot of Abrahamic religion is just, look guys, these rituals are stupid. Quit it. Written by a guy who wanted to support his own brand of stupid stuff. Right. Okay, this is wrong, but it's okay to have many wives and also cut off your foreskin. That's okay. How can we tell if they are pressed against the passenger window so you don't know whose titties they are? That's true. Then touch them. And if thou art wrong, go to thy nearest tabernacle. Give your hand to the fire of Molech. Did you learn that drinking trick on LHT? No. What is it? It's like a double negative. It's just math. We're just mathing it. Math is the international language and solution, right? So we have the 12 tribes of Israel. Ishmael, look at this. Abraham, Ishmael, father of Arabs, and then just nothing. It doesn't say nothing about his descendants. It's like this guy, nasty. But Isaac, has Jacob, and Jacob's the father of the Israelites. Amazing, wonderful. We love to see it. 12 tribes of Israel. Cool. God chose a nation of people to serve him, and he gave them laws to live by. Let's look at those laws, shall we? Genesis 17, 1 through 9. Genesis 17. When Abraham was 99, the Lord says, I'm God. Come up, and I'll make you a covenant between me and you, and I'll make you have a lot of kids. And Abraham falls down, and God's like, as for me, this is my covenant. You'll be the father of many nations. You will not be Abram, you will be Abraham, for you'll be the father of many nations. Is it going to tell us? Abraham probably means father of many. Abram means exalted father. Okay, great. So you have a lot of kids, etc. Establish my covenant, everlasting, which he breaks later on. He being God. God says, the whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give you everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I'll be their God. This is like, as far as I know, I think Canaan is modern day Palestine. So it just says you're a foreigner, but now I give it to you. Like, imagine trying to use that. Like, listen, so I know you guys are here, right? But now you guys are wrong because God said that it's ours. Sorry, we don't make the rules. God does. No incest, but 12 kids by 4 women, 2 of them slaves is perfectly fine. Chosen people and all. Oh, of course. Totally trust that. I know. Makes perfect sense. This is a dick move right here, though, right? Hey, you're not supposed to be here, but anyway, it's yours now. Got to keep my covenant. Every male shall be circumcised. You also have to be circumcised. It'll be the sign of the covenant between me and you. So they're against nudity, but you can only see the sign if you're naked. What? Let me ask ChatGPT. Why? Let's ask. How are we gonna ask this? Okay. Um. Why would the Hebrew God? Let's just put Yahweh. Why would Yahweh make a covenant symbol? Covenant symbol? Whatever. You know what I mean. Symbol, circumcision, that can only be seen when nude, but nudity, especially in public, is banned in the Bible? Question mark. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say. This is an interesting question that delves into the interplay of symbolism, culture, and religious law. In the Bible, circumcision is presented as a covenantal sign between Yahweh and the descendants of Abraham. It serves as a physical, permanent mark, signifying a spiritual agreement, emphasizing obedience and an identity. Okay. The act of circumcision was meant to be private, intimate sign of this covenant rather than something to display openly. While nudity in public was generally discouraged and seen as shameful in many ancient Near Eastern cultures, including the Israelite context, the practice of circumcision was still meaningful because it was not about a public display but a personal commitment. So I guess this is like, don't pray in public, pray at home. The privacy of the sign emphasizes that the relationship with God is deep, personal, and inherent, not reliant on external exhibitionism. Furthermore, the act of circumcision on the reproductive organ might symbolize the continuity of the covenant across generations. Oh, I like that. Marking the physicality of lineage and promises through Abraham's descendants. In a cultural context where public nudity was inappropriate, circumcision still functioned symbolically, showing that the covenant with God extended beyond mere physical markers and was about a deeper, unseen bond of faithfulness and commitment. Interesting. I like that. This is way better than, like, anything. What's his name? What's that guy's name? Oh my god. The apologist, William. All I'm thinking is William H. Macy, and I know that's wrong. And Willem Dafoe, also wrong. What's that guy? They think he's really great. It's just, but he speaks fancy word salad. He's like college educated word salad. You guys know who it is. William Lane Craig. Thank you, Brie. Thank you. So yeah, well, I could not remember William Lane Craig. I knew it was one of those three names. Jordan Lynn Peterson. Also true. It's the same thing as a tribe tattoo, but instead it involves your monkey. Yeah, I know. It's just circumcision tracing back at least 50,000 seen in Paleolithic art, which is very interesting. So I guess God really did extend across the generations. There it is. So if they're born or bought with your money, they must be circumcised. So imagine you're like a slave and you're like, this sucks. I don't want to be a slave. And then they're like, all right, we got to mark you. And they take out a knife and you're thinking like scarification, like on your shoulder or something. And so you like expose your shoulder and they're like, yes, again. Just how degrading. For them, it's like, oh, this is great. But for you, how degrading to have to undergo this, right? Jordan Lee Peterson really missed an opportunity to be a cowboy. I don't know if that is a good cowboy name. But that would have been really very Robert Oppenheimer. He was really into like horses and riding horses and just going on these long rides into the desert. He was just really into that. And he would go and bring just barely enough food. And he would go with his brother. I don't know. He was such a weirdo. I didn't see the movie Oppenheimer. I don't know. I'm still processing Oppenheimer himself. I read that biography, and I had to read it for a psychology course. We had to choose a famous person, and based on a bunch of childhood development, etc., we had to see if anything written about them matched with anything we were reading about in psychology. And Robert Oppenheimer was a nut. Just like a nut. He was such a loser in so many ways. Yeah, just a weirdo. Anyway. If I had Oppenheimer money, that's exactly what I do. Well, yeah, I mean that was his thing. He loved sailing. He loved going off because his family was super rich. Like he just was really well off, really well off. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. Also said to Abraham, as for Sarai, your wife shall no longer be called that. Her name will be Sarah. I will give her a son. And Abraham's like, I'm really old. And so is she. And God is like, shut up. Just listen. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Anyway, so Ishmael, he's cool. Anyway, he's going to have like a lot of stuff. Just don't worry about it. But Isaac, I like him better. So that's what he's saying. And Abraham was 99 years old when he had his dick sliced. And his son was 13. That sucks. Why is he like, oh, I'm old, I'm 100. How could I have a son? And like he had a son 13 years ago. So he wasn't old at what, 80, 87? So everybody, all the slaves, yeah, that's great. I'm glad we read that. Those are the laws to live by. Laws, plural. It was just cut your dick and cut the dicks of the other guys at the end. Exodus 20. What was it? 1 through 17. All right, Exodus. Wow, there we go. Exodus 20. My cowgirl name is Calico Rose Wilder. I'm gonna do some AI art of that for you there, Bree. Oh, message retracted. What did you say, Sacred Cow? Do I have a cowgirl name? I don't think so. The Lone Lemon. That's so stupid. God spoke these words. Not as stupid as this is gonna be. I'm the Lord who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. Okay, wait a minute. He's like, hey, slavery sucks, right? Anyway, you can go buy slaves. And when you do, make sure to slice their dicks. Thanks. Love it. I love a hypocritical God. Don't have any other gods. Don't make an image. Oh, okay, it's just these. I'm jealous. Punishing the children for the sin of the parents. Yep. To the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. Wait, third and fourth generation. How many generations are we away from Adam? So we should be past this punishment, shouldn't we? We have another cryptid stream. Long Shot Lemon, the Lonely Lemon. I like it. Ooh, I want another cryptid stream. Maybe we should just switch gears and turn this into a cryptid stream. Paranormal one. That's way better. That's way better, right? Let's do that. Okay, let's just see where this is going. We'll just speed through this. Okay, they sucked, and the people sucked, and they're sacrificed and stuff. And so Jesus happened. Jesus, cosmic cloud, goes to Earth, forces himself into a human vessel against her will at the age of 13. He's born. Look how old Joseph is. That's because he was old. Wait, that's not Joseph. That's somebody else. He's touching feet. He got the feet in here. Look at how nice the foot is. Everybody else is all dirty looking with that foot. Jack's into feet. That's now canon. He's bisexual and he's into feet. Okay. Jesus lived a perfect life. I don't think so. I think he was kind of a dick, but what can I say? Then they nails him to a cross. Okay, he's holding his hand. He fulfilled over 30 prophecies. Let's look at one of them. Isaiah 53, no, because everyone talks about Isaiah. Prophecy, Zechariah 11:13. Zech 11:13. And then tell me which cryptid you want to look at while we're doing this. I misspelled Zechariah. Otherwise, we'll do those weird walkers in San Francisco, whatever they are. Throw it to the potter, and the Lord said to me, throw it to the potter, the handsome prince at which they valued me. So I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them to the potter in the house of the Lord. Then I broke my second staff called Union, breaking the family bond between Judea and Israel. And the Lord said, take the equipment of the foolish shepherd. I'm going to raise a shepherd over the land who will not care for the lost or seek the young, or heal the injured or feed the healthy, but will eat the meat of the choice sheep tearing off their hooves. Woe to the worthless shepherd who deserts the flock. May the sword strike his arm and his right eye. May his arm be completely withered, his right eye totally blinded. Where was this fulfilled? This is supposed to be fulfilled in Matthew 27:9. Let's check it out. Matthew 27:9. Now I realize why I messed up Zechariah, because I put an A instead of an E. Then what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled. They took 30 pieces of silver, the price set on him by the people of Israel. Did that sound like a prophecy to you? That sounded like just something happened. This guy was like, if you think it best, give me my pay, but if not, keep it. So they gave him 30 pieces of silver. I will not be your shepherd. What? This doesn't read like a prophecy. The Wendigos did the night crawlers ones. The Fresno ones, yeah. Chupacabra, Kelpies. Hello, Chris. Rather do Wendigos. Okay. Now that one I have done more reading on, so I can go off on that. So let's see if we can find any Wendigo sightings on just the YouTubes. Wendigo sightings. Okay, that doesn't. These look terrible. But let's check it out. I mean, it looks terrible anyway. But all right. Okay. All right. Intro. All right. Wendigo on the property. All right. So 2011, man heard some strange sounds. Let's see if we can get the sound for you guys. I don't know. The only reason I'm afraid of it is just because of sometimes the, what's it called? It gets flagged for copyright.
Property for a few months. Living miles away from the nearest town.
No, you guys won't be able to hear that. Let's do the properties. You should. But it's not doing the thing. It should be doing the thing. But it's not. Can you guys hear it when it was playing?
He was used to the sounds of nature, but this was different. One night he decided to venture out.
Can you guys hear that? I like the Mothman. Yeah, I do. Wendigo screams? I wonder if we can hear those.
Investigate the source of the noise with his camera.
It says when to go on property. Maybe it means when to go on property. When to go. Okay. Alright, so this is where... Alright, so what would you do if you did see this? That's what you saw. Would you fight or flight? Or freeze? What do you think? Like, what was your initial reaction to this? When you just saw this moving? Obviously, it's probably fake and stuff, but what was your reaction when you saw this? Just instinctively. Mine was to get a rock and just like and just like throw it. I get when I am fight, that's my adrenaline response is fight, and I hate that because that is an inappropriate response in most cases where your adrenaline spikes. You know, I'm talking like you're walking across the street and a car gets a little too close and I want to punch the hood of the car. You know, just I'm a fight. I would have just like, because it doesn't look like a wolf or something. If it was an animal, I'd run. I'm not gonna fight a bear. But this does not look like a bear. This looks like something I could probably take. You alien looking, look at this thing, man. Kick his ass. There's a deer, a fawn. Alright, we're probably gonna have to open up the profanity in this because I think that it'll make this a little bit more entertaining. I would fawn. Oh, that's what you guys mean. I say freeze. Yeah, fawn. Ms. Lemon says, "Bring it." Yeah, exactly. Come on, get some. That's it. That's it. I just, I don't know. You like alien looking. Look at this alien looking ass, man. I would kick his ass. Look at him. Look at him. Like, you came all the way to Earth. You can get, you come to Earth, and then you trespass on my property. And what was he doing? He was digging and shit. Look at this. Look, what's he doing? He's folded down, right? So what do we got here? We got a body. I don't know if you can see my, can you guys see my mouse? Otherwise I have to try to trace it with my finger. Can you guys see my mouse though? Be like Will Smith. Exactly. Exactly. But that alien was trying to kill him. This guy is just here. And I would just felony assault. He probably needs help. He crashed. He's coming, he's like, oh, he's probably like tending to his buddy. His buddy's dying. He sees me. Oh, other thing that looks something similar. Maybe this thing can help. And then I just punch him in the face. Can you imagine how upsetting that would be for this guy? How traumatized. He was assigned to come to Earth to just just take samples. And then they crash. And his buddy, like, he's gushing out whatever blood color it is. And he's trying to stop the bleeding. He's got nothing for a tourniquet. Sees me. I take off my belt. And he's like, good. We can make a tourniquet. And I just whoop him. This poor guy. His species would never come back. Exactly. Exactly. Why are you on my property doing something suspicious? What are you doing? What are you doing? Exactly. Welcome to Earth. You can see the mouse. Okay. So it looks like, because his head would be over here and his body is folded over. This looks like his leg, his knee. So kind of like almost a yoga pose. He's on my property in the middle of the night doing fucking yoga. Not the place. Not the place. I'm going to kick your ass and get out of here. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay, I'm glad, Summer. Look at him. They ran away. Why you run away? The thing is, okay, look. If you're going to be the type of person that goes out in the middle of the night and investigates something, you cannot be the type of person that gets scared. There's been times that, sometimes you think somebody breaks into your house, right? And I don't, like, I'm like, oh God. And you immediately like, oh shit, you're quiet. Oh, should I say something? And then I hate feeling that. So I get up, I grab whatever's nearby, open the door, look, go to the kitchen, grab a fucking knife. And then I just start sweeping rooms. That's what I do. And if I see, I'm just like ready, just to stab a guy. Just ready to go. Because I'm not going to be in my house getting my ass kicked. No, that is not going to happen. So, but that's me. I'm investigating the sound and I'm ready to get confrontational. How are you going to go investigate a sound and then run away crying? You bring a gun. What are you doing? I don't know. Yeah, see, Kilroy, you gotta take a gun too. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is how the alien invasion happens. No, this is how it stops before it happens. Okay? What if they came from Earth and we are the aliens? Well, I still own this land. God gave it to me. I'm the foreigner, but my Canaan is now mine. What happened on December 6, 2022? I fought the methed out guy. Huge guy, and now I'm likely going to need surgery on that wrist to fix it. First of all, baller move, right? Second of all, surgery on the wrist, it just proves that you're a badass. That's all. That's it. Kick his ass. That's what he looks like, right? He's out here, he's some like crackhead out here cooking meth on my property. Space meth from friggin' Neptune and shit. Look at him. There he is. Look how suspicious he looks. He looks so suspicious, doesn't he? Look at him. What's he doing? Like I said, it looks like he's doing yoga or some shit. And then he hears me. What's that? And then he looks at me. This is not a threatening guy. This is a guy who's ready to get stomped in the face. That's it. And then you run away. Oh shit.
When he posted this online, he said that he was convinced that he got footage of an alien. But
yeah, he does look like an alien.
Enthusiasts claim that this creature seems to fit the description of a Wendigo.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But let's all be on the same page. Okay. Let's chat GPT it, because it's just easier. Let's see. What are the typical physical descriptions of a Wendigo? Wonderful. And it capitalized Wendigo for me. Wonderful. Originates from Algonquin folklore, terrifying, malevolent creature, hunger, cannibalism, emaciated body, sunken eyes, decaying skin. This is the thing, antlers or deer-like features. I didn't see any of that. Sharp teeth and claws, didn't see that. Tall and gaunt. No, look at this thickums. Look at this. That's why he's doing yoga. Do you see? Look, he's got that thick leg. He got that thick thigh that I got. He's shaped like a Pixar mom. Okay? Telling me that's emaciated. Animalistic features, no. Smell of decay, undetermined. Okay? I think that the online community is wrong. Looks like an alien. Obviously, I don't believe it's a real footage, but that's what it looks like to me. More of a skinwalker. Right. I mean, look at this thing.
But the online community...
What do we got? Let's do physical description. Okay, skinwalker. Physical description of a skinwalker. Did not capitalize that. Humanoid appearance with animalistic features. Wearing animal skins. They're predatory animals such as wolves, coyotes, bears, or owls when they are shape-shifting. Glowing reflective eyes, which is what we see here. Fast and agile, don't know. Pale, hairless, or distorted human forms, way more accurate here. Unsettling mimicry. So they call out in human voices to mimic. Now they're not baboons. I forget what they are. But there's like some monkeys. If you go to, there's like a safari. I don't remember which country it is. But if you go to a safari to one of these regions in Africa, which I know doesn't narrow it down, Africa's gigantic. They tell you if you hear a baby crying, don't open the door, because these monkeys that are violent and that will eat you, they've learned to mimic a baby crying because they know that we'll open the door for a crying baby, and then they'll just get you and eat you. That is kind of awesome. You got to admit, that's awesome. You know, if you're from the human point of view, horrifying. The monkey point of view, this is great. Genius. So, looks like a rake. Let's check out the rake. Because we also have to know where this is, right? Like, the Wendigo is in one place, the Skinwalker's in another. They're in totally opposite parts of the country. You know what I mean? Description of the cryptid rake. Yeah, they changed it to cryptid. Nice. Comes from the internet creepypasta. Hairless skin, humanoid body but pale and emaciated. Long, sharp limbs, sunken or hollow eyes. Mouthful of sharp teeth. We don't know. Crouch posture, we do see. Unnatural movements, very jerky or fluid. Quiet but eerie presence. I don't know about the quiet, because he did... we did hear a little bit of noise. This almost sounds like a... It does what's his name? Does Slender Man count as a rake? So, yeah, out of these, if we're in southwestern United States, this would fit for the Skinwalker. Anywhere, I guess, because now it's an urban legend for the rake. I don't think it meets the Wendigo description, though. Camping Wendigo.
Number 4, Camping Wendigo.
Okay, good. At least this guy's voice is okay. Because there's that one guy that goes, number 4. You know who I'm talking? Camping Wendigo. Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. I hate that guy. I want to punch his voice. Not him, just the voice. That's... Why is that my go-to? That's another thing. I gotta bring that up to my therapist. Why? Because that gets you in trouble. You know what I mean? It gets you in trouble.
2009.
Alright, 2009. This is look at this footage. Look how great this footage is. 2009. What is this? What is this to you? What do you see? I don't see some kind of mushroom? What is this? My audience actually complained about it when I used one of his vids. Yeah, just his voice. I don't know why he talks like that. I knew a kid that talked like that in school. And I wondered if it was him. Because he would always go like this. That's how he talked. You can do the voice. Well, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just that guy.
Showing some people camping in the woods.
People? Alright. Who's the people? What people is this? Freaking mushroom people? What the hell? Look at people camping in the woods. That's not a people. Video surfaced. What is this?
One of the campers seems to be recording his friend when something moves in the background.
Okay.
Seemingly spying on the campers.
Alright, there they are. I can see it now. Oh, that's very 2009. Those, like, fitted tunic shirts. I miss those. He offends Japanese read like 2 hours. Yeah, I don't see that.
After the creature moves to the right,
What?
you hear one of the campers say that he
Oh.
thought he heard a dog.
Okay.
After the creature
It's
moves
over
to the
here.
right, you can hear one of the campers say that he thought he After the creature moves to the right, you can hear one of the campers say
Okay.
that he thought he heard a dog.
Thought he heard a dog.
Though what the cameraman caught was certainly not that.
I mean, that's not a dog.
After the creature moves to the right, you can hear one of the campers
Alright, I feel like more likely meth man. Yeah, not Mothman, meth man. That's what I think. If you're camping in the middle of the woods and there's a humanoid dude sneaking around naked, it's probably some guy cooked out on meth, man. Like that is a zooted individual. Okay, it's worse than the Valley Girl voice. I know. Like, oh my god. And he actually sounds normal when he's not doing list videos. Interesting. So he does it to piss people off. Interesting. Looks like a coyote. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Go for it. I can't guarantee I'm going to answer it, but go for it, yeah. It's so fake. I think so. I mean, okay.
After the creature moves
So I'm really glad that the internet wasn't what it is today, back when I was a teenager, because this is the kind of nonsense stuff that my friends and I would have done. Now, I didn't have I don't know how to describe it. There was always a distance between us because I was the only girl in the group, but we were all just weirdos. Just like I guess the term today is just like cringe lords. That's who we were. And we would do it because it was so stupid. That's why we did it. We did it because it was like satirical, but if you were on the outside looking in, you didn't know that. So this is the kind of dumb shit we would have done. Not even to create like a Wendigo video, but just to look stupid. That's what we would have done. And if that video would have surfaced, it just kind of makes me wonder, are these just a bunch of idiots being stupid? And then they're like, hey, look at this video, and somebody else sees it, and they think that this wasn't one of their friends. They just assume it. And so they post it on the internet, somebody else gets a hold of it and says, oh, this is proof of a Wendigo or something caught on camera. Really, it's just one of like their loser friends. It's just Kevin. You know what I mean? I swear a lot of these videos are just people from the city who are terrified of the country and psych themselves into seeing things that aren't there and inflating things that are there. Right. I don't know about a wolf. It could be, like, if we're looking at an animal, like a severely emaciated bear, that's the most that it could be. Otherwise, I'm just saying it's some idiot friend. That's what I'm saying. Seems like they edited their normal camping video later. I love being cringe on purpose. Oh, absolutely. And I love making my students go, oh, teacher. I love it. It's so, and then, I like making them laugh too, but no. And I've learned their, what is it, Gen Alpha lingo? So that, we were talking about the second triumvirate of the Roman Empire. And, Mark Antony, he just looked like a thickums. And I was like, that boy got the gat. He's just clapping as he's walking. And they're just laughing. It's having fun.
seems to be recording his friend when something moves in the
Alright, so they're just...
seemingly spying.
That's what I'm saying. Look, they're kind of being stupid anyway. And then just something sneaks by. My guess is still... I'm trying to compare their quality to this quality. That's what I'm trying to look at. So she's, kind of fuzzy lines. That one, I don't know. I would say the quality is kind of similar. I would just say it's either his friend or just like a creepy homeless person. That's like on meth. That's what I'm thinking. It's some creeper just like literally creeping around. Yeah, it was a weirdo. Oh, I was a weirdo too. Still am. Yeah, exactly. It's a found video of me running around on a dare. It's from an eating disorder. Yeah, if you yeah, if you want to share something like that, I won't show anybody else unless you want to show them.
Quebec, Wendigo.
But yeah, exactly.
Much information on the next video.
It's like somebody with an eating disorder being dared to go out for a run, you know.
Quebec, Canada.
All right, we're in Quebec, so automatically it's wrong. Okay. Wildcard still waiting. I don't know if you're still typing, but that was a yes. You can ask me a question. I love being weird. Saves me from boring normal people problems. Yeah, it just creates new different problems. There's videos of me crawling around like that drunk, doing a Gollum impression. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
The video shows yet another group
All right,
of people camping near
we got a
the
fire,
campfires.
so we're already gonna have
Some
trouble
shots
with like the
assault.
light balance.
Something spying on them.
Spying on them. All right, let's see.
Turn that flashlight.
Turn on the flashlight. Where the hell are they
Went to
camping?
investigate.
There's just like a
The
graffiti
camping
wall?
was quick, but nonetheless pretty chilling.
Well, where is it? I want to see it. I just want to see it and not have to be shown it. Okay, that was it. Just a shoulder.
As you can see, when he turns the corner, something seems to be peeking around.
That's
or down.
that's somebody coming back from taking a piss. Do you know what I mean? That's your friend walked off to take a piss, come back and just fucking with you. That's all that is. That's what this is. What the hell? Camping in Hobo Holler. Exactly. They love their beer in Canada. Very well convinced. Well, they're a form of French. They're inherently already
To the left,
just like half wine anyway.
number 2.
That no. Juvenile Wendigo. All right, now not only are we spotting them, but we're aging them.
This
All
next
right.
video surfaced
I
in
feel like I've seen this.
2017.
Maybe not.
You can see a man filming himself riding his bike.
All right, he's
around
filming
the
himself
garden.
riding his bike.
However, he is almost brought down by some creature that almost collides with him.
Okay, so we're gonna see a creature jump out. Just kind of. Oh, I mean that's
You can see
a
that
cat.
he's definitely startled, and when he turns around, to
Yeah,
see
that's
what
cat
he's
behavior.
doing, it is gone.
That's absolutely cat behavior.
Some people say
But I mean, it looks like a guy. But then, how would you run over it? Because that's what he would have done. He would have run right over it. He would have collided with it. So I think it's just added in. It's edited in. You know? Is there still resentment towards the Japanese because of the refusal to apologize about the actions of World War II? That one is kind of interesting because they have apologized and they've paid reparations. At least twice since I've been here and at least 2 times before that. I think it started back in the 1960s or 1960s, I believe it was. The thing is that the Korean people either don't know this, so a lot of people think the Japanese have never apologized. And I remind them, like, it happened twice while I've been in Korea. Sometimes they'll say it wasn't sincere enough. Other times they'll say, well, yeah, they did give us money, but then the Korean government, like, didn't give it to the comfort women, and so they pocketed it. And I was like, that's not Japan's fault. And I said, the comfort women only comes up because something happens. There's always those hot button issues that a country has. And when there's something going wrong, you can kind of rely on those hot button issues to distract the people. And it just kind of comes up every so often. And I say, what are we doing in Korea for those women? Or for rape victims? Are we helping out rape victims? No. Did we provide a place for these women to live? Did we provide mental health care and a place for their kids? Did we give them anything? No. Do we provide help for single mothers? No. Do we provide help for mixed children? No, we're still against that. Right, okay. So, mental health counseling. Are we in favor of that, especially after trauma? No, okay. So we're not actually doing anything in, what are we doing? There are people to take care of. It's not Japan. There's our people to take care of. Now, if we can get Japan to apologize sincerely enough and give us enough money, whatever, but how come we're not taking care of these women and learning from the mistakes of the past? Why are we only parading them around when we want to distract people? And they'll say stuff like, well, you don't understand. And I say, I do understand, because my grandmother was a comfort woman. And all the money in the world and all the apologies in the world are not going to undo that. We have to move forward from it. We need help. And then, that whole epigenetics thing, our people now need help. And if we look to Japan and wait on Japan, they're not good. It's nothing. It's nothing to us. We have to start making these good changes for ourselves. We can't rely on them. And again, Korea did receive apologies. The rest of the country, they're the ones still demanding apologies, while everybody else has just kind of moved on from it. So for me, I'm very frustrated about it, because again, my grandmother was a comfort woman. And so this idea that, oh, we'll bring them up when we just want to distract the public, that really pisses me off, especially because of, again, how single mothers, mixed children, and rape victims are still treated in Korea. And we're going to sit here and wait for Japan to fix it? No, we got to fix it. So I'm very passionate about that, as you can see. It's Kevin. God damn it, Kevin. It is. I mean, that was like, I did have a friend named Kevin. He would have probably done some shit like that. The Burger King foot lettuce had a normal affliction when he first started, but it was creepy in a good way. Now his voice is more annoying than that. Really? Hello, Obyung. I think the Japanese history books for all grade levels might explain why Koreans are still angry. Oh, for sure. The Japanese history books are still obviously whitewashing history. Oh my goodness. That's a big problem. But again, we have to still make those changes for our people. Do you know what I mean? We can't rely on another country, especially a country that wronged us, to undo the wrongs. First of all, it can't. Again, the apologies, they're not going to undo what happened to my grandmother and to her peers. They're not going to undo that. The money, my grandmother's dead. I don't know where that money's going to go. What's it going to do for us? Is it going to open up a mental health clinic? I don't know. Is it going to help up a rape victims clinic? I don't know. I don't know what that money would do for us. We can't, I just feel like we can't keep living in this concept of we were victimized. We were victimized. And we have to move on from it. And we can't look to our oppressors to undo that for us. They caused the problem. That's what I'm saying. Like, how could I rely on the oppressors to undo the oppression? They did it. It's done. Why would anything else, like, why would I even take anything that they say seriously? How could I even know that they're sincerely apologizing? I can't. And none of the money's going to help me, So for me, what Japan does in their textbooks is very similar to what other people do in their textbooks too. They don't, I mean, some of the whitewashing that I've seen in the textbooks that I use from the United States is ridiculous. And I have to explain to the students what really happened. So I don't think I think what Japan is doing is shitty. And so is what other countries are doing too, to make themselves look better in history. Japan also tends to completely pretend it didn't happen. They argue that the stuff like the rape of Nanking didn't happen. It's photoshopped, that kind of stuff. That's a problem they have to solve. And I'd rather they solve that instead of apologizing to me, to anybody that was victimized by them. I'd rather they unfuck their textbooks. To me, that would be meaningful. You know what I mean? That would mean something if they changed their textbooks and corrected them. And anybody that goes to any of those like history, what's it called? Those Instagram accounts that show a lot of stuff about history. If you go there and they have something from like what the Japanese did, just read all of their stuff. They really genuinely believe that everybody else is making this up. They really think that. And they don't know why the whole world is making this up. That's really what they think. Their thinking is very unusual as a culture. If a Japanese woman is pregnant by her foreign husband, her friends will ask how hard they had to try for a baby because Japanese genetics are typically incompatible with foreign genetics. And they think this child is like a rarity, that it couldn't, it's so rare that this kid could have been born because the Japanese genes are unique among humans to the point that they're almost a different species. And they were very shocked when they got this genetic testing done and they were like 36% Korean. That was a big oopsies for them, but they wanted to prove that they were unique, and they weren't. Their thinking is it's so xenophobic, it's so racist, it's so pro Japan in a way that is not analogous to any other form of patriotism I've ever seen. To claim that we are the best, to claim that we are just, to claim that our actions, even when violent, are warranted, that is typical patriotism. To say that our genetics are so different that it's almost like interspecies breeding to have a child with a foreigner, are you fucking serious? And these are these out of touch with reality people. These are the ones that we're looking to for an apology. It just doesn't. I'd rather they get in touch with reality, personally. Korea just wants that dollar bill. I don't think that's what they want. I don't. I think it's part of this concept of Han, which is like this. The only way I've ever described it, which has been like accepted by Koreans that I've met, is it's like the echo of the suffering of the ancestors that lives in the blood of every Korean person. It's like part of their DNA. And I think that there's a lot of focus on suffering. And I brought that up to the students because we were talking about creation myths. We were talking about the Romulus and Remus one. And I said, obviously this didn't happen, but what do you think this says about the culture? What do you think this says about the people? And then I said, what about the Korean creation myth, which is about a tiger and a bear. They wanted to be human, and so they were told by celestial beings that if they go into a cave and they eat mugwort and garlic for 100 days, then they will become human. The tiger kind of wussed out, and the bear was the one who succeeded and comes out of the cave. Very beautiful woman, marries a celestial prince, and they are the ones that create Korea. And, I asked him, what do you think this says about the Korean culture? And a lot of students say, that endurance is something, suffering is something. We value suffering. We value the concept of having to endure. And I think this is just kind of part of that idea that it's something they're still enduring, where my culture is, well, there's nothing we can do about it, just move on. And I'm not saying that my culture's perspective on that is right either, because it doesn't fix anything. If you start having like PTSD symptoms, they'll say, why are you doing this? It's over. So there's a really big disconnect of the concept of like helping people with mental health stuff. So I'm not saying that my culture got it right. I don't think they did. But it just shows like a different way to think about it. That's all. Is there a right way to go about it? I don't know. There's just different perspectives on it that I think that we are imbued with culturally. And what do you guys think? Where Obyung, this is related to his culture, and for me it's related to my culture, but it's different, right? What about for you guys, just kind of hearing it? What do you guys think? Just not being part of this culture. No, I don't have Korean heritage, wildcard. I'm just in Korea, but I don't have Korean heritage. I don't talk about where I'm from specifically, but it was one of the places that was invaded by Japan. So there were a lot of, Japan's goal was to do island hopping to Australia. So they attacked a lot of the Pacific, and that's where my grandmother was harmed. And yeah, I think, it spiraled in a lot of ways, that set her up to be in a really abusive household and stuff. And, that kind of stuff. Those sins of the father definitely pass on in that sense. But for me, I want Japan to fix their textbooks, and I want Japan to get in touch with reality. But I don't know if an apology would do anything for me. I can't imagine. When Prime Minister Abe apologized, I felt like, okay, I feel seen for half a second, but didn't really do anything because they didn't fix, again, like Obiang said, their textbooks. They don't fix their textbooks. That would show me that they're sorry. But just saying, oh, sorry about that, yeah, that was our bad, fuck off, I don't care. Can't live in the past like that. Nothing can do the wrongs. I mean, yeah, nothing can undo the wrongs, probably what you were going for there, Summer. And yeah, that's true. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge the past did happen. And how do we, not even just like, oh, learn from history, but it's more like, yes, learn from history, but also there's still long-term repercussions that are happening at a cultural level because of these invasions that happened by the Japanese. How are we handling it? And my culture is handling it wildly differently from Korea, almost in a shutdown kind of way. And I it's hard to get into because it hurts me on a level that I can't articulate. It's, for me, I guess it would be a sort of a sense of Han, but in a different sense that we're disappointing the ancestors, as opposed to like remembering their suffering. It's that we're dishonoring their suffering. We're disrespecting this. They were a people that were harmed and overcame. And from that, we are not self-sufficient, and we're so reliant on foreign outside stuff. And I just wish that we would go back to our roots. I do. And it affected us in a profoundly disgusting way that caused us to shun our heritage and embrace foreign heritage, including that of the Japanese. And I'm disgusted by it. I am. And those are the things we should be focusing on, I think. That's, I mean, in my opinion. It's okay to be a victim, but a victim mentality would just cause more damage and harm. I think so. Do you know Japan is still trying to send their troops if anything can happen in the Korean Peninsula? Yeah, that is so stupid too. And Japan is trying to claim Dokdo. Dokdo is it's an island, but it's like a glorified rock, essentially. But Japan is trying to claim it. It's always been Korean. And then Japan just like releases a map that calls it Takashima. And it's like, that's not your fucking island. Since when is this yours? So Korea's always got somebody stationed there. Just to make sure, that this is ours. It's so petty. And not petty for Korea, petty for Japan. And I get that if you claim that land, there are not only fishing rights, but there's solid methane, like methane ice, way, way, way down there that can be used as a fuel source. So I get that you now have claims to that, that radius around the island. But to just still be trying to pretend you're the Empire of Japan, it's fucking pathetic. To release a map and just be like, oh yeah, it's always been ours. It's pathetic. So pathetic. That's what I'm saying. Japan needs to get with the fucking program. They need to come into the damn 21st century. I mean, visiting Japan from Korea. Korea's so far ahead in like technology. Japan, everything is still done in cash. And if you want to try to pay with like Alipay or something, the Wi-Fi is down half of the time. It's bizarre because you have this idea of Japan as being really technologically advanced. Korea is technologically advanced. Japan is bizarre. It's bizarre. There are Holocaust scenarios. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. People who use their circumstances caused by their past to excuse their present actions tend to shrug off responsibility. I think we have to recognize it is our responsibility. So, like that thing I told to the students, that they were failed by adults in their life during the COVID the pandemic lockdown, that they missed out on some key educational points. And I said, it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility now to fix. And I think we have to recognize what happened, and now what do we have to do from here? To live in the past or to excuse it, or to excuse the present because of the past, I don't think is acceptable. But recognizing the past does have an impact on the present. What do I do about that? That is something we should know. I knew the Japanese were homogenous to the point of xenophobia, but I didn't know was that it's their beliefs about their culture are they're so wildly different from a lot of other cultures. China had a belief that their genetics were unique, and it was interesting watching a documentary where they did this DNA test just to prove that they were unique. And it proved that they were, Siberian and, Central Asian, all these like mixes. And it was just interesting because you saw in real time, the scientist says, oh, well, that's interesting. Okay. It's nice. It puts us in a kind of like we're all human and we're all connected kind of way. And it was so interesting because, how much they were talking in the documentary about this belief in China that they're a unique Chinese DNA. As soon as it was presented that no, it's not, like here are the results, I was expecting the scientist to try to backtrack or something, but he just accepted it, and I just thought, wow, that's so science, you just go with the data, and yeah, so I was really happy to see that he just said, yeah, wow, I guess that brings us like interconnected. That's nice. I like this. Like he was happy to have those results, and so I thought that was really awesome. Yeah, but what Japan is a world apart. They're it's Japan. Like it's just Japan. I don't know. It's completely my experience. Not sure what you're referring to as your culture, but I relate to that. An apology is hollow, especially if it isn't from the people who harmed you to begin with. Right, and then to apologize to me, that doesn't mean anything. My grandmother's dead. I don't know how she would have reacted to an apology. I can't imagine thinking of that happening to your grandma. It's awful, and it happened on a wide scale. It did, yeah. That was the thing. It was like, it was an invasion. It was an invasion, And I like having these discussions in the class with the students because it is a very different way to view it. The way that the students view what happened is very different from how I see it. And like I said, and I tell the students too, I'm not saying that my culture is right and your culture is wrong. I'm saying these are two opposite ways that our countries have reacted. What do you guys think? And just having that discussion, being open to having that discussion, because it's such an ingrained thing, I think, for a lot of people that I've seen. And it's fun to be able to challenge that in social studies. That's what I think is fun about social studies, is to challenge those ideas. And even more to go through the concept which disgusts me even to say, which is, what are the benefits of the invasion? And it makes me feel dirty even saying that, but to talk about the invasion in a way of like, well, they built us roads we never had, and they built us wells, and they gave us a postal system. And I bring this up because for the average person, they're not confronted with war. It's like, I'm a farmer, I'm a fisher, and I pay taxes to some rich jerk. Oh, there's somebody new. Okay, I still have to wake up and feed my chickens. I still have to pay taxes to some rich jerk. And this is why our people don't fight back. Because they're so busy just surviving, or, you know, surviving the invasion, or they're so busy just working, just surviving as a human being in society. And, you know, it's important to remind the students that they're human, you know, that this happened to us and we didn't fight back for the same reason that if it happened to us again, we wouldn't fight back. We just wouldn't. Because we'd be so busy just still trying to get our job done, still trying to get school done, you know, we'd be so busy with that. You know, air pollution, our air is polluted, and we don't protest. We just go to work, we just go to school, we put on a mask. And it's I don't know. I don't know if I like this part of humanity, that we're so adaptable. I don't know if I like that. But without it, you know, I don't know. What do you guys think? We need to learn how to heal, but that's so reductionist, yeah. Japan has been in the 1990s since the 1980s. That's a good way to put it. I will say that seeing people in the US idolizing Japan disgusts me because of the complete ignorance they demonstrate of Japan's awful actions and Japanese culture. Oh, absolutely. There was I forget, there was some kind of post somebody made about Japan creating something new, something, I don't know. And I said, like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe they can address, like, the victims of stalking instead. Something like that. Like, they're focusing on the wrong things, you know. Yeah. And, I mean, we see where this is going, you know. They're going to be... They're so special, they're going to be extinct. That's kind of where it's headed. And it's... I don't know. That's something. It's easy to see a complete picture of physical damage. Extremely hard to do that with cultural damage. Sure, because we don't know what. It's almost like adding. It's like adding an ingredient to two totally different food components. And in one, like a savory dish, it may taste bitter and leave a weird film in your mouth. Like, it may interact with the fats in the savory dish and leave like a film in your mouth after you eat it. And then if you put that same additive in a sweet food, it may make it taste bitter sour, and it may leave a metallic tang in your mouth after you're done eating it. And so what I mean is that it poisons the culture in a way that's unique to that culture. And the way that culture is plus that poison results in what we have today. And that's why they're totally different. Korea's very work hard, be industrious. And my people are, what's the point? And it's sad. It's sad to go back and to see the damage that's been done and still done. And like I said, our ancestors were very industrious people. And just to see what we've become, these obese sacks of diabetes and kidney failure. And anytime somebody wants to fix something, people say, oh, what makes you so special? Shut up. Stop. Just shut up. Oh, you think you can fix everything? Who are you to think you can fix anything? And that's kind of how it is, you know? And it's just it's a crabs in a bucket mentality. Where Korea became overly industrious to the point of stressing themselves out. Neither of them are sustainable models, you know? And they have to change, and what is that going to look like when they change? I don't know. And when is it going to change? I don't know, you know? And that, to me, is so interesting, which is why I got that degree with, you know, social psychology as the focus. Because it is interesting, you know, and all we can do is just observe and wait. That's it. I mean, how you can't experiment culture wide, you know. Um, and that would be my culture's response. And I was about to say, who are you to go mess with a culture thinking you have the answer? That like it's ingrained. You know what I mean? It's ingrained in me. You know, it's so, I don't know. I wonder what would our ancestors think of us today. I don't know. I don't know. Also, Korea has way better films. Oh yeah. I will say though that the Japanese horror like video games, like the Silent Hill stuff, those are really good. I won't comment on your situation because I doubt I could ever get a complete sense of that cultural destruction. It's easy to get a complete picture of the physical. Okay. When you lived for generations, when what you lived for generations has been altered to the point of non-recognition, it's easy to throw up your hands and wonder what the point is. Yeah, it is. And to idolize your invaders, because we were invaded by different groups. It wasn't just the Japanese. Um, and I don't like it when people talk about Europeans and European invasion and stuff because this and they talk about European colonization, European. First, it's not Europeans. Number one, it wasn't Ireland. Ireland didn't do anything. Romania didn't do anything to my people. You know, it was Spain, Portugal, the Dutch, Belgium, and England and France. Do you know what I mean? Like it wasn't Europe, right? The second is that they always forget the Japanese. They forget the Islamic Empire. They forget the Mongolians, right? They forget all of this. And it's almost like in trying to sound racially sensitive, they are being racially insensitive by implying only Europeans are capable of colonization. So it's bizarre. But we this to have this admiration of the outsiders, this happened a lot to us and to the surrounding regions as well. And we went away from our traditions. We adopted the way of them. Mostly by the sword. I mean, Catholicism, you don't really have a choice. And in doing so, there's this aspect of gluttony, and that's where we lost it. The thrifty gene hypothesis is pretty interesting, and I think it really applies. It would be something to study in my people, because we do have an easy time putting on muscle and an easy time putting on fat, and you know, historically we needed that, but today it's killing us in like our 60s, and I don't know. So I try to do some of the traditional herbalism that my grandmother did, just to keep those traditions alive. I don't know. It's a lot to untangle, I think. Yeah. Korea needs to develop a good immigration policy before it gets too late. I see some politicians already start blaming foreigners for everything. Yeah, it scares me sometimes the way that it's brought up, because I remember being pretty worried during COVID as a foreigner. I thought, what's gonna happen? Like, is somebody gonna attack me? Because the way the news would say it, if it was like a Korean person did something like that church that kind of caused the epidemic to spread in Korea, it was like these people did this. But in another church, it was like, oh, these Uzbek people did this. Oh, in Itaewon, there's these foreign bars, especially the gay bars. So gay people that went to gay bars, those are the ones that might have caught COVID. It was like all the bars in Itaewon, but they focused only on the gay bars and the foreign bars. And it was just this fear of, are they gonna do something? And thankfully, no, that was great. But why point that out? You're just stacking a fear. We're already worried about this. Why are you stacking another fear that we should be afraid of these already tiny groups of people, So, I don't know. Let's see. Conquest is like war. It's been done everywhere by everybody. Yeah, definitely. Nations of the former Roman Empire. I don't know. Egypt? Algeria? I don't know. Scotland didn't invade me. I know that. I guess if Scotland is part of the UK, maybe. But, yeah, not the Irish. I feel bad for the Irish. And the Polish as well. But, yeah. Oh, kind of the same thing with my Irish ancestors. Because of the famines, the epigenetics, are fat is easier to put on, and anxiety is enormous. Absolutely. Absolutely. Those are the people that survived. So, it is interesting, and it's interesting to talk about epigenetics with my students in AP Psych because of the concept of, with the, through the context of the Japanese invasion, what did that do to us? Us, I just say us because I'm in Korea, but what did that do to us as a group? Is our propensity to be stressed part of that? Like overly stressed? Is our drive to succeed, like out of a fear of failure, is that part of that? Did that come from that? And it's hard to untangle. It really is, I look like Aubrey Plaza. She's that one, she's on what? She was on Parks and Rec, I think, right? Yeah, she's pretty. I'll take it. I'll take it. But not her. Sorry. But yeah, this is an interesting tangent to get off of because we were just talking about Wendigos. So yeah, we kind of looked at that one as a cat, and then this Wendigo in the woods. I think we did watch this one. This one I think we've seen, because my question was like, why are they filming this? This doesn't look like anything to film. You know what I mean? Especially like zooming in on stuff. That doesn't look like anything to film. So this looks like it could just be a prank set up by a friend, and they made this video. I mean, I don't know. And especially since the Wendigo is associated more with the winter. So Wendigo scare stories. I want to see Wendigo sightings. Real sightings. 27 real sightings compilation. 2 and something hours long. Real Wendigo sightings. Alright. Here's one spike. Oh, they're just talking about it, I guess. Never mind. More Wendigo sightings. I want videos. But I guess these are just talking about it, which can be fun, Let's see, number 5, intro Texas Wendigo. So again, why would a Wendigo be in Texas? That's it would be a skinwalker, right? So where is it at? Okay, we see drawings. Those drawings are more in line with what a Wendigo is. I don't know. So, have you guys heard of Wendigo psychosis? Have you guys heard of that? Because that's where, that's something I've done some reading on, of the literature about it, and then I kind of came to my own conclusion about what it could be. The Stalker Challenge, Nebraskan Wendigo. It is kind of sad when these cows just straight up die, but it's probably due to some infection or something. Whoops. I don't want it this big. Don't tell me there are people psyching themselves into psychosis over this stuff. No, there's cultural psychological syndromes. The Wendigo is missing Yeah, you can't mess with Texas. Texas will destroy you, even if you're a Wendigo. There's so if you hear a lot about a thing in your culture, and you are prone to delusion, or you're in a situation where you have an onset of psychosis, you can put the two ideas together and then believe that you are experiencing this thing. This thing could be death. This thing could be that in parts of China there's this belief about your penis shrinking into your body. So there are guys who are convinced that this is happening. So yeah, ice storms. Yeah, ice storms will mess with Texas. Nature messes with Texas. So with the Wendigo psychosis, there are people that are. It happens in the winter. It happens with hunters, traditional hunters, and then they develop a taste for eating people. So they're what is going on though is not that these hunters go off to the woods for half a day, and they're fine, and they just suddenly now I'm a Wendigo. These guys are like stuck. They're lost, or they're camping out and they're running out of food. And there's this type of malnutrition called rabbit starvation. And they named it off of rabbits because rabbits are very, very lean and they don't have enough fat. So if you have a diet of just rabbit meat and maybe a few herbs or something you find, you end up like unable to think properly because your brain uses a lot of calories, it uses a lot of fat. Your brain is very fatty tissue anyway. And through that, you start becoming like delusional, and you eventually can die from it. And so if you think about it in that context, where two hunters are staking out their prey, and they're in a, what's it called? A deer blind, right? And they're hanging out there and they're eating very lean meat for like 6 weeks. You're going to lose it. And you're going to see your buddy, and eventually you're going to eat your friend. It's because you're starving, right? And you're delusional. And so now you have gone into the woods for a prolonged period of time, and you have attempted to or have successfully killed and eaten at least part of your friend. And you're in a culture where it says that this can happen when you are possessed by a Wendigo. Then your solution, or the only reasonable conclusion to draw from this is, I have been possessed by a Wendigo. And so now they believe that. Yeah, you can, yeah. I mean, you gotta eat the whole thing. Especially the brain, right? You want the brain. The brain's very fatty. I heard about the fan thing in Korean myths, where you can't have a fan in your room. Yeah, there's, thankfully that's kind of going away. But yeah, guts. Those are pretty fatty. Brains, yeah, definitely. But I think a lot of people they're just doing the meat, especially if that's something that you've brought with you to survive while you're trying to hunt for a prolonged period of time. So like I'm like having a pack of jerky, something like that. That is not enough nutrition to sustain you for 6 weeks. So that's where I think Wendigo psychosis and this like physiological component, I think that's the physiological component for Wendigo psychosis. That's just my hypothesis. I don't know how I would test it. I don't think it'd be ethical to test it. I think you'd have to find somebody who is in Wendigo psychosis and do like a blood test or something. That's all I can think of. But the problem would be after they would only believe they're a Wendigo after they've attempted or successfully eaten at least part of a person. So they would be having that fat put back in. So I don't even know if you could test them when they returned, because they would already have tried to resupply some of that fat. So yeah, that's my hypothesis. But it's interesting because the the assignment was like, I don't even know if the assignment was for a culture bound syndrome, and there's a lot of them. But to me, that was more interesting to me just because of the cryptid concept, the cannibalism, which is kind of, I guess, up my alley. And then I just happened to have read about rabbit starvation years prior, and I just thought, this is only happening to hunters in the dead of winter after several weeks, and then they turn on their hunting buddy and eat him. That sounds like rabbit starvation, Yeah, exactly. Your brain shrinks. I mean, it's fucked up, So that's my thought on it. Which I think is, a lot less cryptid, but a lot more, I don't know, fixable, hopefully. Just bring more fat. Just bring a bunch of cheese with you, big old thing of, like, lard, you know what I mean? Just, like, roll that meat, that jerky, just roll it in lard and eat it, that would be better, Do I know about Jack Fiddler? Was he one of those... The gasser? Is that who that was? Was he the gasser? No, he's just a guy. I wonder how big Eugenia Cooney's brain size is. Cheese is a savior. Cheese is crust. That's it. Yeah, Eugenia Cooney. Recent stuff. This is recent. Okay. I don't know if we can hear it. I don't know if there's anything to hear. Oh, it's just music. Okay. Let's watch her bowl. And she should have put bumpers on. Yeah. So it's interesting to see because when she started YouTube, she was already slimmer. She went into a rehab facility, which anybody could predict it wasn't going to work out. You have to want to recover, and she was like 51-50'd. She was like forced into it, and the way out of the eating disorder clinic is to make weight. And a lot of people eventually just accept, I will put on the weight, I will get out of here, and then I'll lose it again. That's it. I'm tired of being stuck here. I'm tired of dealing with this bullshit. So I'm just gonna gain the weight. It's gonna suck, but that's okay, because then once I leave, I'll lose the weight. And that's how people who are with eating disorders who are forced into treatment, that's how they behave. That's their solution, because you can't force somebody to get better. You just can't. You have to treat what's going on. They have to want to recover, etc. And recovery is, I don't like that word because it makes it sound like you can be cured. Recovery is just learning to manage the eating disorder noise that goes on in your head. But with her, you could see over time her ability to communicate degraded significantly. She used to have things to say. Now it's a lot of, okay guys, wow, thanks, heart hands, oh thanks, ripped pantyhose, thank you for the sticker, okay guys, we're trying to get to the points, okay, we gotta vote, yep, oh heart hands, thank you for the sticker, oh thank you for the galaxy sticker, okay guys, we gotta keep voting, we want to win, oh thank you, and that's all it is for like 2 hours of her TikTok. It's thank you, heart hands, oh that's so sweet, you're great, love you, oh everybody loves it, oh reviewing this new Jeffree Star makeup. I actually have some Jeffree Star makeup right here. Oh my gosh guys, wow, I love Jeffree Star, oh wow, oh really good, it's really good, so good, oh wow, oh I love Jeffree, thank you Jeffree, oh he's my friend, oh it's so good. And then Jeffree also sent me this, wow, look how cute, it's so good, Oh, I love Jeffree Star. Even smells good. Wow, what a great color. Oh, it's so good. That's the entire thing that she does. She's lost so much of her vocabulary. She's so she's like an NPC, honestly. That's the only way to describe her. She's got a set of phrases she uses, and then that's it. She doesn't seem to understand jokes, being the butt of a joke, or what makes a joke funny. There was a joke when she visited Jeffree Star that he had kept her in the house to force feed her. There was this joke going on, and something about her mom keeping her in a cage. And Jeffree would make these jokes like, "Oh, come on, Eugenia, get back in your cage." And she saw that people thought that was funny, and she thought just the cage thing was funny. So she was just going like, "Yep. Oh, I'm out of my cage, guys. Ha ha ha. Anyway, we're doing this makeup. Yeah, they let me out of my cage. Ha ha ha. Wow. So great. Look at this color. Wow, guys, can you see it? Jeffree always makes such great stuff. I'm so glad Jeffree... Yeah, I'm in my cage. Oh, I'm out of my cage. Better put me in my cage. Ha ha ha." And it went on like that for like 2 hours. She's gone. She's just gone. I don't think there's... for some addicts, they never recover, and they just die from their addiction. And I think that's going to be the case here. Absolute inverse of an AI. I know. There should be a law against doing an impression that good. I felt like my voice wasn't high enough. I'm trying to think, how could I get it even higher without sounding like a child? But she does pitch up her voice. So her voice is maybe, so my voice is down here. Her voice might be up here, but she brings it up to here. Oh yeah, oh, thank you guys. Yeah, oh, heart hands. Oh, rip pantyhose, thank you. Okay guys, let's get the votes. That's just it. People will send her stuff like, "Eugenia, you're gonna die." "Oh no, that's too bad, but I guess we all die. Anyway, let's get up to the votes." And it's awful. Goat cheese is goat. It is goat, and I got it in my fridge right now. It's got to be a 1 pound bowling ball. Yeah, one of those like 3, yeah, maybe. "Let's cook it" is the first thing we said whenever we caught in the wild when I was a child. Yeah, that sounds good. Just catching and just eating. See, Eugenia Cooney, she could put on like a Zentai and go out and just be the Wendigo sighting by herself. Okay, I mean, what can we do other than laugh about it? I will say, because there's this concept of like, oh, she's constantly body checking. She's not. Body checking is something you do with an eating disorder, and especially with body dysmorphia. A lot of these are comorbid, and you do these different weird poses, so you can watch it again and see how you look from different angles. So you would just walk, like you might put the camera or your camera phone somewhere like behind you and walk away and turn and bend just to see like where are the folds of fat. And then you would come back to the phone, turn it off, and watch it and just look and like zoom in and see. Eugenia having an eating disorder and being on camera is not body checking. And somebody even misused that term as, I don't want to sound like I'm body checking, but I noticed that your shoulders are getting slimmer. So they thought that body checking was checking out somebody's body and commenting on it. Like, so that term is so misunderstood. Yeah. When I hear that impression, I don't know whether to applaud or throw up. You can do both. Just clap and the puke. That'd be great business for her, Wendigo for hire. Yeah, that's what, she should really market that. Just lean into the skeleton thing. This one was interesting. This was something where she was out with her mom. They live somewhere on the East Coast, the Northeast. And she was, I don't know why this isn't playing. It froze. Wonderful. Great. My favorite. I hope it's not frozen for you guys. Wow. Got too much Eugenia, I guess. Can't close it. There we go. Okay. So we'll try again. Yeah, it looks like I'm frozen. Is that the case? Maybe? Can you guys still hear me though? Looks like all my Google stuff froze, but I don't know. Let's see if it'll happen again. Eugenia Cooney. There we go. Okay. So she's gonna eat a lobster roll, but man, I don't want this stupid. Okay, there it is. There. Oh, I'm glad they zoomed in on it. Okay. So you can see. Oh, I hate that you can't zoom in and go. So watch her lip. It's interesting because how foreign it seems to her, and I recognize that holding. I do. Like when somebody hands you something and they're like, "Here, you should eat it," and you just hold it like it's an item. And anybody who's had a restrictive eating disorder knows exactly what I'm talking about. They're just like, "Here, enjoy this donut." You're like, "I will." And you just hold. It's like they gave you a dirty diaper to throw away, and they're telling you to eat it, and you're just like, "Oh, delicious." And you do it, and you know that you don't look natural at all. So that's it. Yeah. If you guys have any questions about that, since we're going into that territory, feel free to ask about eating disorder stuff. Imagine a Wendigo hunting for human fat, and you find this girl in the woods. The Eugenia Cooney starvation instead of rabbit starvation. They would call it, you got coonied. Yeah, that's exactly it. You can eat this girl and still be vegan because there's no meat on those bones, But yeah, it's interesting. You can see like her what's it called? Her posture is really, I don't know, really messed up. Just that lack of calcium. So she falls on the stairs? Yeah, not really, but alright. They're saying, why is she walking like that? I mean, she's probably dizzy. That's why is she walking like that? Is she okay? No, she's not okay. Look, I think that at this point, you just have to accept this is going to be the end of her. You just have to accept that and just go along for the ride. There's nothing you can do. There's just bones in my Jeff. Yeah, exactly. What was that stone stew? I'm thinking that stone stew recipe thing. Alistair, a character in the cartoon, Has-Been Hotel. What is Has-Been Hotel? I've seen people talking about that. Low blood sugar with no fat to step up to the plate will make you dizzy. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And probably living off of caffeine as well. But I don't know. She should, I mean, this is making enough money for her, so I guess enjoy that. What is this? It's your fucking skeletal structure. What do you want? Why is it circled? Like, what are people? It's a clavicle and a scapula. Like, what do you want? What is this? Open an anatomy book. What are you doing? What do you want from like what? What is this? So I guess year by year, so we can see here, people thought, oh, she's so scary skinny. I don't know if she's barely clinging to life, but it is interesting to see how she was so thin before, and everyone thought, oh, she's so skinny. And then she got more and more and more skinny. Now there might be a part where she plumps up. Yeah, here she did go to. This was when she got back from her treatment. She was a lot more coherent, and yeah, about after a year, she's down more. I'm not saying that the people that forced her into treatment caused that, but you can see how after treatment and she gained the weight, she went way more severe with her eating disorder. And that's the danger of forcing people into treatment that aren't ready. Because at this point here that we see, she's very slim. But at the point where we are now, this is beyond, right? It's kind of surprising she's even still moving. And that's one of the dangers of forcing people, against their will. Um, yeah, I don't know. The only thing I don't like is that how thin she is. Some of the clothes don't fit very well. But she still tries to do, makeup looks and stuff. Her skin, though, is very gray. So there are occasions when she uses a filter, and she'll do her makeup, and it'll be before this stage. So at this stage, she's already got concealer and everything. And there are times when it'll actually fail, and you'll see how gray her skin is, which is pretty interesting. It's like that. I'm trying to see if we can stop. It's like this color here between her knuckles. It's like this grayish purple. That's what she's got. But this is one of those interesting makeup looks. I think she should have blended it better. So, but that's what we got. That's what we got. Starvation will stress the heart far more than any level of obesity. That and purging as well. My bet for her is something heart related. She's probably not getting any potassium. Right. People say this is her mom's fault. Oh, you can't see my screen. Oh my god. Thank you. So stupid. I had to redo the screen and I didn't put it back on. There it is. So, and this is the part where I said, what is this? Because they have this circled. And I was like, what do you think it is? What do you think? It's her bones. Is she okay? No, she's not okay. I don't know what the point of these videos is, asking, is Eugenia this? Is she okay? Oh, look, she's having a mental illness moment. Yeah, no shit. She's got a mental illness. What do you expect? Trying to find the one that showed her through the years that I kind of saw. Yeah. Here it is, just to show you. So when she started, she was very thin. But you can see she still had some cheeks. She was still thin enough that extra small clothes were not fitting her very well. And then, what was it, 2019, 2020? She went into treatment, and you'll see her face. There it is. So this is when she got back from treatment. And just like a year later, she was back to kind of pre-treatment and then beyond. So I don't know if she would have gotten that bad if she wasn't forced into treatment. I'm not saying it was their fault, but I don't know if she would have gotten that bad. She's also, her hair is really coming out. Eugenia will be in a medical textbook someday, maybe. It is very interesting that she's still able to live. And I wonder why. About this being her mom, there are a lot of people that do say that this is her mother's fault. And it's, her mom feeds into this in a way that's pretty awful. And it's weird because it's not even for money. They're a pretty well-off family, apparently. But the mom refuses to put her into treatment, and she'll get her to do stuff, like their interactions are really upsetting. So there was a time when she followed Eugenia up some stairs to this, I don't know, it looked kind of like a gothic, what's it called? Like secondhand store. And she's following Eugenia up the stairs, almost getting like an upskirt shot on purpose, right? And then there was a bikini she wanted Eugenia to try on, and she's like, well, I'm not sure, like I don't really feel comfortable. And she's like, just do it in here. So she wanted Eugenia to put on the bikini just in the store. Not go to find a fitting room, put it on, and come back. Just do it right in front of me in the middle of the store with this camera on you that's live streaming. And that, what the fuck? It's something, something's wrong with that mom. Something's wrong with her. Yeah. There's not a lot you can do as a parent when you have, especially an adult child that is mentally ill. Just like there's not a whole lot you can do when they're on drugs, you know. It's sad, but at the same time, they are a separate person from you. You can want them to get better, but they don't. So for some parents, they just kind of accept it, that this is it, and I should just enjoy the person that's here, as opposed to wishing that they would change. But what's going on with the mom, Deb, is beyond that. It's disturbing. The way they interact is very disturbing. And you can see that Eugenia is always very distressed. Like, her face is always distressed when she's around her mom. Harmful parents can really make things so much worse. They absolutely can. And there have been people before that tried to get Eugenia into adult care, because she clearly cannot care for herself, and being with her mother is obviously detrimental. So there have been people that have visited the home, tried to take Eugenia or investigate it, and then they report back like, we can't force her out. She seems cognizant enough. She chooses to stay here. We can't just take her away against her will. And it's really distressing because all of this stuff is documented on the internet. It's very easy to show a social worker why she needs to be put into adult care. And that's where I think she would do better. Not necessarily an eating disorder facility, but just adult care to provide adequate, appropriate adult care for her. And I don't think that she's getting that at home. It's something. It's something. And then on the opposite end is Amberlynn Reed, which we talk about sometimes here. Amber is currently dating a feeder, and the feeder, Emily, who's in this image here with the arrow pointing at her, Emily was engaged to a woman who was over 900 pounds, and she died. Emily went to and gave a eulogy, which is all filmed, it's all public. And then within days, she was talking to Amber, and they started dating. Or she was talking to other women at least, and then she found Amber. Amber wants somebody, and somebody who thinks that she's attractive. Somebody who is not afraid to be physical with her in public and show public displays of affection. And that's Emily. The thing about Emily is that Emily has a child. She is not with the father. The father has full custody of the child, thankfully. Emily did not live with her fiance. Her fiance, I think, lived possibly in a different state. And Emily would visit her. The fiance was living in an adult care facility because she was 900 pounds. She couldn't leave the bed. And there's just these pictures of her lying down on her fiance's gigantic stomach. And it looks photoshopped, just the huge disparity between their body sizes. And Amber has come to visit. And everybody who watches Amber knows when she goes to visit a girlfriend, she is moving in. She'll say she's going to be there for 3 days. She says she'll be there for a week, and she kind of moves in. And so that we in the Amberverse are wondering, how is this going to explode? Because it seems like Emily is only interested in having a fetish girlfriend that she can visit when she wants to. But otherwise, she's still living her life the way she's used to living it by herself. And now Amber is here with her. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Nikocado Avocado, what a play. When I saw that, I was like, that is such a Nikocado thing to do. He's also very interesting. He was an adoptee from the Romanian orphanages. And for anyone who was around in the 90s, you know about when that story broke and how just awful that was. So he's an adopted Romanian orphan. And he was a very good violin player, but he auditioned for, what's that chamber orchestra, that famous one? I don't know. He auditioned for a very famous, I just can't remember the name, orchestra, and he was not allowed in. And so after that, he became a vegan YouTuber when veganism was popular, and then mukbangs became popular, and he started doing that. And you notice people like Amber, people like Chantal, gigantic people, they were also getting a lot of hate watchers, which made money. And if you watched Nick, which I had a hard time watching him because of his character, but you knew it was a character. You knew he was just doing this just for money. He was doing this for fame. He needed the attention, and I think that goes back to his Romanian orphan origins. I think he needs treatment for that. But to see him pull this off, I just thought this is such a him thing to do. Like it was I wasn't shocked by it. I thought cool, but I wasn't shocked. I just thought that's such a Nick thing to do. Almost expected, you know? And the only thing I don't like is how smug he was about it. You know, like, I'm always 2 steps ahead. You guys are just ants. You don't even know, blah, blah, blah. This is a social experiment. It's just you making money. It's you trolling the audience. You know, you're very good at what you do. But you're not the Joker, okay? So, I wasn't a true fan. I watched those, like, compilation documentary type things about Nick. I had a hard time watching Nick himself. I liked watching him with Candy because that's when you could tell that Nikocava Otakawa personality was just a character. When he was around Candy, he was really nice to her, and he was really, you could tell he's intelligent. You could tell that this is a game, and this is for fun. You could tell that this is just the thing he was doing to make money. You could just tell. And it was interesting to see him lose the weight. I think the damage that he put his body through, we'll see what happens, you know. You can't just gain a bunch of weight and eat terribly and then suddenly lose weight and now you're exactly as healthy as you would have been as if you didn't do that. So it's interesting. I don't know. I would like to write him down for a case study, honestly. It's interesting stuff. Hey, Wounded Monk. Imagine 2 years of backlog. Yeah, and that's such a Nikocado thing to do. It's just such a... Because what I think he has, not to diagnose him, it's just based off of what we know. It looks like he has some issues with attachment issues that happen from neglect in those Romanian orphanages. And it's tragic but necessary for them to be studied, you know. And so to have one that's so public, that's something. It just shows you, like, look how far he's gone to get attention. He pursued violin. He's very good, just not good enough to get into some chamber orchestra, but he's very good. And he just drops it to do this other thing, just to get attention. He became vegan just to get attention. And then he started mukbang just to get attention. And he put his body through the ringer just to get attention. He acted like a fool in public just to get attention. He needs this attention. And it's just interesting because a lot of the Romanian orphans, you know, they're not public. And he is. So it is interesting. You wish you could gain weight like that? I can't do it even if I try. Well, let's switch, because I'm trying to lose, and I'm averaging 600 calories a day, low carb, and I've barely lost anything this month. I was losing about a kilo a week in September, and just fluctuating a couple 100 grams up and down all of October. It's very frustrating. Again, 600 calories a day average, and low carb. So really shows how messed up my metabolism is, which we're trying to work on, my doctor and I, but it's something. And if it works, I'm going to make a study. Some of you have volunteered for the study, and then I want to, if that pans out, then I can use it to apply for a grant to do a difference, like a bigger study. So we'll see. We'll see how it works. But I got to get my blood test done probably this week, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I guess it'll be this week. So, do you feel tingling in the fingertips? I do not. I do not. If I look at food, I put on weight. Yeah, that's it. You know, if there's ramen near me, my face puffs up, my ankles swell. You know, that's it. That's it. Hey Eugenia, I don't know. The other one that's been kind of funky is what's her name? Chantal. Chantal. Oh, geez, Chantal. 4 months ago. Okay, so she's Canadian and she moved to Kuwait to get married to a guy that was what's it called? Just some guy. Like they barely met, and it was like, it was kind of funny because it looked like they were trying to do a romance scam on each other. So she thought he made more money than he did, and he thought she made more money than she did. And so they got married. They're just both miserable. So now, yeah, she was trying to do she reverted to Islam, and I don't, like, nobody thinks she takes it seriously, and it's interesting. That would have been an interesting arc for her. To get more money would be her living as a Muslim woman, or a Muslima, and moving to another country and all the stuff that entails, right? But instead, she went this other route and just put a hijab and still eats. So these are really sad. She used to get lots of views, but we can see here it's like 10,000 views. If we go to her oldest, it's like, let's see. Oh, she does delete a lot of these too. She will dirty delete. 26,000. She used to get over 100K, and that makes some money. Ramadan. Oh, interesting. Indian fusion food in Kuwait. I don't know. It's something. But again, I think she should have done the. She should have done the damn, what's it called? The damn, like, Islam arc. I think that would have been good. She's eating the spicy noodles, I guess. Thankfully, you lost 45 pounds since April. Hey, good job. Good job. You just can't eat very much, dual flame. Yeah, it's, there are these weight gainer shakes you've probably tried. If you mix them with, like, cream, those, instead of milk, those are better. It's just a smaller amount of food, but it's a lot of calories. Yeah, Kilray. No doubt. You know, with all your ramen. This is why I clicked on the bulldog one, because of this. Dude, I can eat 1 kilogram servings when on preps competition, this kind of stuff, and I never passed the 75 kg mark. Man, I used to be near 140 kilos. Like, I pack on weight. I do. And when I was in the Marines, I was always at my weight max. Always. Except for when I got very, very, very into my disorder, which I didn't know that I had, and I restricted like crazy. I lost 30 pounds in 30 days, and I thought I was dying. I didn't know what was wrong. I thought that I had like a parasite or something. I think in my head I knew, like, a part of me knew what was going on, but I don't think I was fully conscious of the fact that this was restriction. And I was like, if I turned, I collapsed because it made me too dizzy. And even still, I was I looked totally healthy, like, because I was so high in weight to start with. You know, I got down to maybe a BMI 22. You know what I mean? It was ridiculous, yeah. The double scam feels like 90 Day Fiance without the TV crew. I know. Yeah, I've seen some 90 Day Fiance, like, what are they, compilations. Lost more weight than she has in 15 years. I know. That's the thing that's sad about this. The fact that I lost 6 kilos in September and early October, that's more than she's lost. And she could lose that in a week. That's the thing. 95 kilos here. If I went down to 75, I'd probably die. I'd have to malnourish myself for a long time. But see, that's the thing. That's my question about the metabolism. If your metabolism is where it's at, like mine is, I don't think that's malnourishment. You're eating for your metabolism as long as you're, make sure to get all the protein and vitamins and all that shit. Like I said, I'm averaging 600 calories a day, and I am stalled in my weight loss. Like that's how bad my metabolism is, and it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. Because it's like what else can I do? Like the fact that I have to go to a lunch today is stressing me out. Because I do like OMAD. I eat at night and then that's it. I just eat dinner. The end. I don't eat at work. If I have to, I have a protein shake with some fiber powder. That's it. That's all I eat. And I'm not collapsing. I'm not anything. Not dizzy. Not anything. And I've been doing this for the past since September 1st. So like that's how bad my metabolism is. So if it is that low, then 600 is not outlandish, right? That's the question, Microwave a gallon of ice cream for a minute and drink it. Ugh. I mean, that would work though, right? Ramen's got to be mushy. Stop cooking it for so long. I don't mind it when it's like that. OMAD is great. Love OMAD. I wish she was doing the carbonara. I've been thinking about trying that one. That one tastes good. It just wasn't spicy. My question is, are these hard-boiled eggs or are they... What do you think? Is it eggs or is it mozzarella? What the hell is she eating? What does she got? Cheesy... Oh, like cheesy garlic bread? Okay. Let's see. Does she think they're spicy? It's an egg. Okay, it's a nicely cooked. The yolk is still runny. I like a runny yolk. I don't know. And then, like, this is it. She just sits here and eats. You can buy a Cameo. Should we buy a Cameo? What do you want? What do you want? Should we buy a Cameo from Foodie? What do you think? Chun-Li for Hallows Eve? No, I'm going, my students don't know, but I'm going as Lady Gaga from Paparazzi. That like mouse looking shit. Let me throw it together real quick. I got it off in the other room. Let me put my house slippers back on. Cut the audio, cut the video. I'll be back. Let's take a break real quick anyway. Let's grab some water, go to the bathroom. All right. So I got stuff. So my students know that I got cats, love cats, and it's kind of similar to that shirt. I know it's not easy to see, but because it's the green screen thinks that yellow is also green, but it's that bright kind of cartoony kind of yellow. And it's got the cats on it. I've got the wig. Of course, I'll share a picture after it's all said and done. Guess I gotta take this off. Hang on. Here's my tooth. There we go. And hairnet. Oh, do I need one? We'll just do the thing. We'll hide the hair for a second in my turtleneck. Okay, what do we got? Alright, we got this. Let's get some hair. See, I haven't really tried it on very much. And then the big thing that does it is the glasses. So we'll get the glasses on. Right? And then just with that black lipstick. I don't have any black with me, but I got this. It's hard to see because I'll just not look at the camera because the camera's mirrored. And she has it kind of like that, but it's black. Right? So that, plus this buttoned up. Yeah, that works, right? They'll know I'm Lady Gaga, right? What do you think? Good, I'm glad we got back at the same time. Buy a Cameo and make her eat lemons and talk about how wonderful they are. Ooh, or eat an onion like an apple. Interesting. Yeah, she could do like Kuwaiti lemonade. That might be fun. But they can tell, right? They'll know. And then I'll just wear some black pants because I can't wear anything form-fitting. Plus, I think this shirt is fun just to wear, so. I don't know. What do you think? I needed something that was student appropriate, and when I did have like a blonde wig and some big glasses, one student was like, "Oh, you kind of look like Lady Gaga." So I just, don't know. Thoughts? Can I do the time warp in that? Yeah, I will. I mean, I need more people to jump to the left and step to the right with me, but yeah, I could. I don't know. So, I mean, but you can tell what it's supposed to be, right? For the Halloween costume, you can tell. That's the hope. I look more like Willy Wonka. I've got these extra big glasses that are bigger than this. But yeah, I do, especially with my more dark aesthetic, I do have a Willy Wonka feel to it. Like in the Mike TV scene. You know what? As long as I can recognize something, I'll go for it. But yeah, that's it. I don't know. What do we think about the color? I'm not going to dye my hair this color, but is this color... That's doable. I don't know. I have to cut the bangs. But I should dress as Willy Wonka. I should, but I'd have to do the Johnny Depp Willy Wonka, because I have a very Johnny Depp face. I can. Have you seen it? I can pull off Johnny Depp. I don't know if you've seen it. Can I show stuff on my phone? I remember I came to, because I did it at school, and the students they had expected something disgusting, something gross or scary or something. And so they didn't recognize who I was until they heard my voice, and they were very shocked, which is fun. I like to surprise them. I also have a half and half kind of, what's it called? A half and half wig. So Let's see. Save. Save. Done. Save. Then we'll see. Am I able to show them? Can you see it? Yeah, you can see it. Right? It works. Huh? So my hair was a little shorter. It's like shoulder length. But it worked out, right? Yeah. So the students were very shocked. I cut off some of my hair and glued it here so I could have like that beard thing he's got going on. But yeah, I think that one turned out really well, I think. Yeah, it's hot, right? So I think I have that. So I could probably do, what was his Willy Wonka? I'm trying to remember maybe I should just do Willy Wonka. Honestly, I like to have 2 days of Halloween so I could have 2 costumes. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility for me to do that. Willy Wonka, Johnny Depp. The only thing I didn't like is he was such a loser. Let's see. I have a wig like this. I would just need a velvet coat. Yeah, that Mike TV scene. I mean, I would absolutely just wear glasses like this. Something like this. I have some like this, but they're green. That's the only difference. I would just need a top hat. Can I make a top hat? No, he wasn't. He was fun. I thought... I don't know if I thought he was funny in this. I'm trying to... It's hard for me to explain. The other Willy Wonka, I think he was nuts. He had gone crazy in the factory by himself. That's what I think had happened. And he just forgot how to deal with human beings. This guy was like, oh, I was traumatized by my dad, so to give him the big middle finger, I started a chocolate factory because fuck my dad. And also, I was never socialized as a child. And I live among these people I kidnapped. And I still haven't socialized. He gave off like almost like an autism vibe. You know? And that's what I mean. Like, the other one was just nuts. You didn't know what to expect. He might fucking kill you, and you just had to deal with it. That was it. He's just so nonchalant. Oh, these kids are fucking dying. Who cares? This other one's like, oh, well, life happens, I guess. And so that's kind of how I felt about his version of Willy Wonka. To me, Willy Wonka was entertaining because he was like psychotic. This one is like still wanted to be loved. And he didn't know how, and he was desperate, and he reached out and tried to get help inappropriately from a child. And that's why I say he was kind of a loser. That's why. Now, he may have had funny moments, you know. I mean, Johnny Depp always brings that to it. I'm just saying the character itself in the reimagined version, he was not as unpredictable. I mean, like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is like borderline a horror story. You know what I mean? It's like a childhood horror story, borderline. This was more whimsical. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's so childish, right? He's not socialized. That's what I'm saying. He's so childlike. He never got past being a kid unwanted by his dad, and he never grew up. The other Willy Wonka was just nuts. Just fucking nuts. And so that's what made it fun, is that he was just so nuts. I should have a top hat, right? You would expect me to have a top hat, Brie? I don't have a top hat. I should, but I don't. Like, you could just see. You could just tell, this is not a man to leave your children with. This is a man who's still a child, and he might accidentally try to date one of your kids. This is a man who would eat your children. You know what I mean? That's where he's so scary. Yeah, I like your top hat, Brie. I'm jealous. I should get a top hat. I'm sure it's not that expensive on AliExpress, but it's too late. I mean, yeah, you can do it, but I think you have to have that Johnny Depp face, like I think I have that similar jaw. What other characters has he done? What else can I whip up? No, I can't do this. Edward Scissorhands. I need suspenders. I have a short black wig. I could do the one where he was that vampire. What other characters has he done? Deb Swonker reminded me of Michael Jackson. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. Deb said he was channeling Michael. Oh, no shit. Okay. The character reminds me of a scare clown. Right. Right. That's the thing. He's nuts. You don't want to leave your kids with him. Is there any other? Because I still would need a top hat. So, okay, if I get a top hat, I could play 2 of his characters. At least. Oh, good. We found all of them. Wonderful. That's the only part about white paint, though, that sucks, is your teeth look so yellow next to white paint. And my teeth are already yellow, so just all that coffee drinking. I guess I could try Edward Scissorhands. But I don't have any... I would just need to buy a shit ton of belts, wouldn't I? Is there any other character that this face could do that would be recognizable? Oh, Sweeney Todd. But I don't know if it would be recognizable to the kids. That's the only problem. I really liked him in Sleepy Hollow. He was like a wuss, but he had to tough through it. That's what I liked. He was like doing it for science, you know? That's what I liked about his character. Oh, I could get, let's see, what's eating Gilbert Grape? There we go. I can play Mama. She died. I don't know how long after, but she died. This was an interesting movie. I watch it every so often. This is an interesting one. There's a couple of favorite movies of mine. I don't think I could play any of the characters though, or dress like any of the characters. One's The Mummy, of course. Everybody's wonderful in that, and I don't think I have any of their faces. Right? Maybe this guy, that hot Magi, The Mummy Magi. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I could do this, right? I would be a hot guy. I don't know why. I hate my face as it is, but I'm like, yeah, I'd be a hot guy. Dark Shadows. Yeah, he did look really young. Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh, okay. Catwoman. So I don't think it would work for the... Because it's got to be like school friendly. I can't do anything sucked in, you know. Dark Shadows. That's the thing. I don't know if... I have a short wig that I can do that with, but I don't think that would work. Because I don't think the students would get it. They would just think that I'm like fronting an emo band. What is this, My Chemical Romance? Like, that's as close as they could get, you know. The other one that I love to watch is Constantine. Love Constantine. Can't Be Anybody There. It also has Raquel Welch, by the way. So that's... I don't know what that means. And then the other one is Shaun of the Dead. Yeah. I don't think I could be anybody. And then if I was, I don't think my students would get it. That's half the issue, is that I have to have something the students will understand. Otherwise, I have to keep showing them, like, this is what it is. And they'll say, oh, yeah, you look like that. How about the Monkey King? Oh. Need a bunch of bronzer. That's okay. I could do the bronzer. Shaun of the Dead is so good. It's so good. And then you rewatch it, and then you notice all the foreshadow. Ugh, bless. It's so good. Let's see, the Monkey King. Oh, you mean what's his name? Who was it? Jet Li. Jet Li. That is a handsome guy. You can put him in the monkey makeup all you want. That is a handsome guy. The other one, Donnie Yen, who was Ip Man. Donnie Yen. What do we got? I could do that, couldn't I? I have a lot of wigs that I don't mind chopping up. I've got a blonde wig, so I could have that hair. I would just need to make some armor shit. Probably do that out of cardboard? I don't know. What do you guys think? Monkey King? Trying to do one that might be... Give those eyebrows... Yeah, that's the thing. I just have to use, like a glue stick. I don't have access to all that spirit gum and stuff. There was one... So during the COVID stuff, we ended up, you know, you have to wear a mask. And, I didn't want that to interfere with my what's it called? My look, I guess. So I tried to incorporate it, and there was a day, so over 4 days, I was a dead body that was decaying. I was a World War II nurse who died, and I was decaying over the course of the week. And then at the end of the week, it was Halloween. So the last day, I was able to get some fake skin, and I wore like a skeleton, like a ribs kind of shirt, you know. And then I filled myself with a bunch of fake flowers, and that's how it came out. So I don't know how well you can tell, but there's a little bit of, what's it called, like that fake skin here. And so it just kind of looks like my skin was eaten away. But it's actually in the shape of a heart, the way that I did it. So it was fun. Yeah, dual flame. I thought, why not make it educational? So I would write like day whatever. This is when this shows up and whatever. And then there was the day when I had maggots, and so I took rice and I glued it to my face as maggots. So it was pretty interesting. Yeah, that was fun. But that, you know, it gave me an excuse to wear the mask, right? And then another time I was raw, and I incorporated the mask that way because we had 2 Halloweens like that. Here's my raw. Yeah. So it was fun. So the mask, you're supposed to kind of imagine the white isn't there, that kind of thing. And so then here's how I did it. Whoops. Yeah. So I drew like the beak onto the mask, and then it connects with the makeup on my face. And I made some armbands and stuff out of paper. I had a skirt that I just kind of wrapped, and this, what's it, like a leopard scarf, and then just this wig that's just straight, thick black hair. So it was a fun time. Annabelle! Oh, that would be fun. I have a red wig. I'd have to glue my eyebrows down. I don't have a dress like this, but I have a puffy sleeve shirt and a white skirt. So I could try. I don't know, what do you guys think? Cuz I got the lines anyway, right? So I'd have to just contour those a little bit. Did I watch Squid Game? I did. I didn't watch the whole thing. It wasn't my style, but I did watch some of it because it was, you know, a big pop culture thing. What do we think? She's got that, her mouth is so high up. Is that it? I'd have to draw the eyebrows on. I don't know. That might be fun to do. If I do it, I'll let you know. I need to find some red ribbon, but I do have a wig that is kind of similar, and I can braid it. Have I played the street game? I have not. Last message was about the Jet Li pics. Is it the same character? I don't know about the recent game, actually. I don't know. The only game we've been playing recently is Diablo 4, the new Vessel of Hatred expansion. I don't trust your students would get it given you're venting over their inability to comprehend basic tasks, basic questions, those poor kids. These kids. Something happened. I don't know. Something happened to them. They missed something. They don't know how to summarize either. They don't know how to figure out what's important. They don't understand context. And I tried explaining too, because they want to avoid plagiarism, but they don't know how to do it. So I wrote down a bunch of stuff about Australopithecus just off the top of my head. Like, that sounds like it could come from a textbook. And I said, so this is what you guys might read in a textbook or something. And then I started erasing stuff and changing a couple things, because that's how they summarize, which is not it. And I said, what we're left with here is not true. If you turn this in as the definition for Australopithecus, you would get a 0. So even though you took it from the original, you didn't understand it enough to turn it into something usable in the context that you need it. And I said it needs to be put into the context. If we're talking about Australopithecus in the AP Psych class, we're talking about it as a potential for evolutionary psychology and some of the behaviors that started with early hominids that we may still have. And those are the things you're going to write down. It doesn't matter that Australopithecus was only, like 3 meters tall, or 3 feet tall. It doesn't matter. But if you're talking about it in AP history, the age of Australopithecus is going to matter. Where it was found is going to matter, because it spreads out into, the out of Africa theory, and you're going to have to write where it is. You may need to write the brain size, and it's what it did, and how it differs from Cro-Magnon and Homo erectus and Neanderthal and Homo sapiens. That's the context. So we still have the same thing, Australopithecus, but one context is based off of psychology, and one context is for AP history, and you guys need to know the context so you can write what's important for the context. And that blew their fucking minds. That blew their minds. They had to be taught to do that. All of them, even my AP students, all of them. They had to be taught. I had to give them an example of, I said, what if somebody said, hey, you live in Korea, right? And I say, yeah. And they say, I've been seeing a lot of stuff about this BTS. I've seen BTS on like TikTok, and people write about BTS on Instagram and Twitter. What is BTS? And let's say that my response is, oh, they're just some guys that eat at McDonald's sometimes. And the students all laughed. And I said, is it true? And they said, yeah. And I said, yeah, probably. But is that the context of why they're asking? That I live in Korea and they've heard about BTS and they know BTS is from Korea. They're asking why it's popular. So what would be the answer? Oh, they're an idol group, right? And I said, the way that you laughed at my McDonald's answer, that is my surprise response when I see that you guys write that Sargon of Akkad was a military leader. He created the first empire ever. And you guys write he overthrew the king. Who cares? He's the first emperor. And like, they didn't get that was the important. They just saw a list of things and couldn't figure out which one was important. That's, I don't know. Look at that baby dressed as Annabelle Ware. That's great. That's a good job. That's creepy too. I like it. Annabelle looks like your average homeowners association representative with a fake script for Adderall. There it is. Well, they gotta stay on top of it to see if your grass is cut to exactly the right height. BTS is a cute boy band. Yeah, that's how you could respond. Something. They're famous for being attractive and making music. The context is Korea and K-pop. You know what I mean? Yeah, we could do Annabelle. Let's see. Click. Oh, are we freezing again? Why are we freezing? Why is it freezing? This has never happened. Bizarre. Close. Okay. Guess we'll have to do it again. And this time I'll remember to add it back with the window. There we go. All right. We lost our Jack Chick, but that's okay. That's okay that we lost our Jack Chick. Sorry. But yeah, you have to teach the kids that, and they're like 16, 17, 18 years old. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys have noticed it in your respective nations. Oh, there was something I wanted to read. It was, there we go. Jack Chick. Give the kids the gospel with candy. Okay. With candy, not with like carrots or something. Chick tracks get red! Exactly. Can you imagine reading this like, Hulkamania! Halloween Day! They'll never forget! Get red! Give kids the gospel with candy! That's what they need. They need somebody charismatic. See, Jack Chick could have been, if he came out as bisexual, he could have been the bi, like, guy that they could have enjoyed. People love the 24-page. Are they all 24 pages? Okay. It's for kids and their families. Also, if you go to a church or neighborhood that has an event for kids, make sure everyone goes home with a Chick Tract. We've come up with several creative ways to make Halloween witnessing fun and effective, so check them out below. You'll love their reactions when you get creative. Oh, there was a student who's they're doing something for some proposal to get into college or whatever, and they did this thing, but I was like the overseer for it, for this thing that they were doing, and so they asked me to be part of their video, and so we kind of filmed it, and it was just this like, thanks to so and so's innovative ideas, blah blah blah, blah, and I just had to, yeah. So I just thought of that when I was doing this voice. You'll love their reactions when you get creative. Ooh, It's not Roy G. Biv, right? We can't have that because that's gay. Wrap 3 crayons together and include them with a tract in a plastic bag. The young kids absolutely love and remember this unique gift. Do they? Do they, though? Did you hear? Next month this lake will be flooded. Or this land will be flooded, become a lake. Oh no, my aunts! Tract rolls with candy. Take 1 tract, 3 round candies, and rubber band them together. Preparing these before Halloween will make them so easy to give out. I mean, that's true. Let kids grab candy and a tract. Fill a large bowl with candy and put tracts around the edge. This is a quick and easy way, and kids will pick what they want. Let me tell you, they'll pick the fucking candy. That looks, oh, that's a good mix, though. Look at that mix. We got the Hershey's mid. We've got the Reese's cup, yes. The Laffy Taffy banana, yes. Laffy Taffy strawberry after the banana. We got the Sweet Tarts, better than the Smarties, but Sweet Tarts are good. We got the Gobstoppers to break your teeth. We got the Nerds. They're like baby Gobstoppers. They're great. Whoppers, no. I give Whoppers away. I can't stand Whoppers. I just hate them. I hate everything about them. I don't know why. You guys know I eat everything. I eat intestines, and I can't stand Whoppers. But Charlie's Ants? No. Should we read Charlie's Ants? Which one should we read? We read Happy Halloween, didn't we? We read Spooky. Charlie's Ants? Yeah, take my Whoppers. Oh Byung. Oh, no. Oh Byung says, I'd like to see how Chinese tourists grab Halloween candies. No. Flashback to that mobbing the fucking shrimp. Like, there's... I've heard they get their passports taken away. Good. God damn. Just, you're not, no. Kids don't care about crayons. They aren't Marines. Looks at Lee. That's what I would eat. There they are. Look at this. The good ones. The Crayola. Not those, like... What are those other ones? That Fun Art or whatever they're called? Ones that taste like plastic? No, these are the good ones. And then it's got, oh, sorbet. Magenta, yes. Yes. Missing the black one, but we're good. Let the older kids just pick. Just put tracks on a tray. That's it. Just fucking tracks on a tray. For the older kids. Really? They're not going to throw these all over your lawn? Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll throw these all over your lawn. That's what I'll fucking do. See the 9 Halloween witnessing ideas. Oh, testimonies. Kids were so excited to get the baggies of tracks and candies. The kids go nuts over the colored comic books. They squealed with delight. One kid told us they look out for our baggies every year. From SL in California. We made 200 bags filled with candy and a Chick Tract in each one. We gave out all 200 and had another 100 kids come after that. One boy even asked if he could have one for his mom. It was a great day of sharing kids with Jesus. JDA from Michigan. We used to keep our porch lights off, but after you encouraged us, we left our lights on and we shared Christ. All the tracks went first, and we had candy left over. Bullshit. ZN? Z is in 0 and none, because this didn't fucking happen. Zilchinada, because this ain't fucking true. What? No. No. Like, a child looks and says, you know, I've gotten a lot of candy today. I'm going to bypass this candy and take this little booklet. That's what I'm going to do. I am a responsible child. Like I said, they use them as rolling papers. There you go. We participated in our town's Halloween event that had somewhat of a carnival-like vibe. At our booth, we provided gift bags that included candy and the Happy Halloween tract. The event had better success than anticipated. Well, the event did, but what about you and your little booth? Children's pack. 25 copies of 8 titles. Cleo, present, comma, the. Okay. What? These aren't in alphabetical order, so who cares? Just write the presents. They're not in alphabetical order. That's the only time you will put present, comma, the, is if it... Why are... Why? These reviews are like that Chevy commercial where they say the people in the commercial aren't actors. Right. Oh, and the Little Princess, comma, the. Little Those, comma, the. Bedtime. English and Spanish. Older kids. No Way In? We didn't read that. We read The Walking Dead, right? No Way In? I could read this. The Castle? Oh, we didn't read this. This doesn't even have... It's the full tract. I thought it was like a fucking... Alright, let's read it. Sure. Why the hell not? I don't know jack about chick. Video. Let's bring me down a little bit. Oh, I'm already down. Okay. Small? Alright. You got the glasses on? Yeah, that works. I think that works. Look at this hair. There we go. Jack Chick makes me want to drink too. Exactly. So this is No Way In. Okay. It looks like there's a guy who's in a construction thing. He's going to be stabbed. No. He's in a trebuchet, and somebody with like a realistic hand that's very hairy is cutting this with a mini sword. Not a knife, like a mini sword. And I guess he's going to fling himself up there with like, what, a bowl of pasta salad flipped over on your head? That's not going to save your cranium, sir. Your brains are going to be all over this thing. All right, let's see. Let's watch where their skull noodles go. All right. So we see a castle. Once upon a time, there was a castle set upon a hill. It had untold riches inside. We're doing it. We're going to do it. If it's gonna be bold, underlined, italicized, we're doing the Hulkamania voice. The village people wanted those riches. But how will we get in? The village... some joke about the village people. You guys will make a better joke than I can. Please write it in the tract. Something about the castle is like a... What is it? Like a bathing gym for men. All right. They tried to climb up the wall, but that didn't work. So he's climbing up, scaling it, and somebody sticks their hand out of a hole in the wall and cuts it. They made great catapults. Is that a catapult? Is that a catapult or trebuchet? Trebuchet is the slinging one, right? This is a catapult. Okay. Maybe they could fly over the wall. No, they could not. Look at that little helmet. You're lucky. Look at this. Lands on his ass. Busted tailbone. What in the F? Why does his shield have a question mark on it? Why is he launching himself with an axe in hand? It should be on his back. It should be something. Well, these people have no regard for safety. Don't give these out for little kids. They're going to be stupid. Look at this. Even the fish is like, you fucking loser. Like, this fish can't even handle being in the same water as this guy. This fish would rather end its life than be around this level of stupidity. Look at this guy. Why are his toes like this? What happened? Did he break them? What's going on? I dare you to go to school as Hulk Hogan. I don't even know if the kids would get it, though. I mean, I could do Hulk Hogan just as... Oops. Ouch. I could do Hulk Hogan, like, reading something. Maybe I could do that. The castle is a shower at the YMCA. There we go. Thank you. I knew there was a joke there. Some said they could meditate their way inside. Their followers paid to hear about their life in the great castle. What? I mean, obviously this is a metaphor for fucking heaven, but... What? This is... Okay. But these fakers were really outside the whole time. They would have starved if people had not fed them. Well, yeah, that's asceticism, man. That's like the early attempt. And so, it was that the great and the small, the rich and the poor, the wise and the foolish, plotted and planned, attacked that castle and beat at its walls. But nothing worked. And then one day, what's going to happen? And then one day, I'm going to guess the prince or the king comes out and invites people inside. What are you guys going to guess while I redo my lipstick? What are you guys guessing? The prince, that's my guess. Or the king is like, come on in, you're invited. I love all of you. Or the Assyrians show up with their siege engine that looks like a fucking Dalek. And they bust down those walls because that's what the siege engine was for. You know what I'm saying? Like, just build a better attack. Regroup. Maybe that was the problem, is individual idiots doing this instead of a frickin' military. Bath time with the village people, I can see Jack Chick's idea in the Kingdom of Heaven. That's what I say. He's a very flexible man. So one day, I'm gonna guess that's what it is. A little child walked up to the castle. She saw a door and knocked. Is this Little Red Riding Hood with a fucking wolf? The door opened and she went inside. That's a tiny door. A tiny door for this giant castle. Almost no one noticed. I wasn't ready. They were too busy plotting and planning and trying to force their way in. And so they continued year after year. They tried everything, they thought. What are we shooting at? Oh, who cares? Fire. Did you cut that rope? All their plans fell short. But when girls or boys, men or women, discovered that they could not enter the castle by their own strength or wisdom, only then did they notice that door. And when they knocked, they were welcomed inside. Oh, we see Spike. We see Spike. That's that dog Jack Chick likes to draw. Some tried to tell the others about the door. But sir, it's too easy. It must be a trap. Wow, this person is drawn very differently. This, ogre woman. There has to be another way in. I refuse to believe it exists. And yet, the door was there the whole time. All who admitted they could not get in on their own could knock at that door and go inside. Why does this guy look like... the fuck? He looks like a level 1 goblin that you're about to slay. Why does he look like this? What village is this? I get the village people, They had different jobs. This is not a job. This is a guy that's this is a guy that's 2 standard deviations off to the left. That's what this guy is. Okay, why? If he can figure it out, I guess the rest of them can, right? But the people didn't want easy. They wanted it in their way. That door is still there. No one who is humble enough to knock at the door is ever denied entrance. But the knock please is next to like this evil fucking dog. You know what? That's pretty good. That's Christianity for you, right? You gotta deal with some jackass. Sound familiar? In the Bible, whoa, we got Joho Jesus. Look at his hair, because Jesus is not allowed to have long hair, because long hair is for gay people. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, it's against God. So they cut Jesus' hair, they cut his beard, even though you're not allowed to have a beard with Jehovah's Witnesses either. Why? Why? Also, what's in the background? Are those supposed to be people? Is it a haystack? Jesus said, I am the door. By me, if any man shall enter in, he shall be saved. What did Jesus mean by that? We are all very selfish, just like the people in the story. We want our own way to find happiness and into heaven, God's kingdom when we die. Like this is what Christians believe. This type of Christian, the Jack Chick Christian. This is what they believe about us. They really believe that we're trying everything we can to get into heaven on our own terms. Like they don't realize we don't believe in heaven. That's something. And they think like, oh, those stupid atheists, they think if they have enough money, they can buy their way into heaven. No. Or if they drink enough and whatever, they can drink their way into heaven. No. They don't believe in heaven. I think one of the hairs went in my eye. It's very painful. But our selfish ways won't work. Wait, who's this evil cat with Spike? What's this cat's name? We need to give a cat that name. God's way is the right way because God is good. A citation needed. Because I got a bunch of citations that he's not. But we are not. And when we disobey God, that's called sin. These people are just being people, except the one woman that he drew is like a nagging bitch. Good job, Jack. Good job. Okay. Solomon, the wisest man in the world, admitted, "For there is no man that sinneth not." So all of us are bad, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Wait. So because Solomon said we all sin, therefore it's true. Again, citation needed. Yeah, but Solomon said it. Don't care. God only wants what is completely good, to be with him in his perfect heaven. But we are sinners that want things our own way. So, who gets to go to heaven? God has a book of life that says who can go to heaven to be with him forever. And we see God in his, God way. If your name is written in it, you will be welcomed into heaven. But if your name isn't there, then you have to pay the penalty for your sins. Whosoever is not found written in the book of life, cast in the lake of fire, Revelations. But wait, what if someone else could pay for the penalty of our sins instead of us? But that person would have to be perfect. No, this whole square. Jack, did you write the square? And stop for half a second to think about how nonsensical it is. So somebody else could pay for our sins, and that person would have to be perfect, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, they're allowed beards now. Okay, thank you, Wounded Monk. Memory updated. What if someone else could pay the penalty for our sins instead of us, but that person would have to be perfect? That's just like why, how? I mean, that is just Christian rhetoric, isn't it? It has nothing to do with reality. We all have our own sins to pay for. Only someone with no sin could pay for somebody else's sin. Well, there is someone, capital S. Again, that's like saying you have debt, so only the person with all the money in the world could pay your debt. No, it's just somebody who can pay. You can pay your debt eventually, given enough time and whatever. That's such a bizarre thing. Yeah, the founder of the Watchtower had a bushy beard. Right, right. That was the thing. They banned it because they wanted to separate themselves from him, as far as I remember of the history of it. But they, I guess, added it back in. His name is Jesus. He's God's son from heaven. Again, look, even shorter hair, even less of a mustache. You're trying to tell me this was a Palestinian guy? Gotta have some nice hair. Who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. I'm not sure I would use that quote. Oh, we got the heaven cloud, or the cosmic cloud. But he made himself of no reputation, and took upon him the form of a servant, and was made in the likeness of men. You mean the form of a frickin' carpenter? That's not a servant. And being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself, and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. What do you mean humbled himself? He was giving speeches and shit. What are you talking about? Also, we had to talk about crucifixion in class, like yesterday, or Friday. And I mentioned, like, you know, imagine being there, just how bad it is, and, like, you're watching a family member and stuff. But then, like, imagine being the guard, and you're walking back and forth, and everybody hates you, and you're just, like, pushing, crying moms and stuff. If I was crucified, I would pee on him as he walked by. Like, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you pee and, like, spit and whatever you could do? So this guy probably stank, like, every lunch break. Nobody wants to sit with him. Maybe it was like a punishment to be put on crucifixion duty. The beard thing was entirely about conforming to the standards of the time, because everyone was shaving during the World War. Oh yeah, I mean, you gotta shave. Otherwise, the gas mask doesn't seal. Which is why I'm against, the U.S. Army allows Sikhs, and Sikhs do not shave their beard at all. And it's just like, how are you supposed to put on your gas mask? The beard shaving is not like, oh, fuck your religion. Like, you can wear, I don't know, they have like a turban version for the hair, whatever. That's fine. But the gas mask, that's like a safety issue. I don't know. I get it, I guess. I don't know. I understand reasonable accommodations. Like, to wear a hijab in the Marines probably won't interfere with your work. But if it interferes with the gas mask, take it off. You know? Shave it off. So Jesus died, then he comes out, and he's all shiny. He conquered sin, hell, and death itself, even though we still have sin, hell, and death. 40 days later, boop, goes into heaven. The name of Jesus, everybody will know it. Every knee shall bow, blah, blah, blah. Satan's in a... What was that? Who were they? Those guys from the Superman movie? You know what I'm talking about? They were put in that square, then they got sent away. Who are those guys? I forgot their name. But that's what he's doing, I guess. He's going back to Krypton or some shit. Every tongue shall confess Jesus, whatever. Look at this kid. Jesus is holding her hand. And this little kid looks back. That's a creepy looking face, right? That's like a concerned face. Like, who is this man? And also, I detest everybody that you are. There's no way in to heaven unless we admit we're sinners and believe on the Lord Jesus Christ for his payment for our sins. Then he'll forgive us. And he'll write our names in the book. It only takes the faith of a child. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Has to do with, there's an age that children get to when they still accept magical thinking. That's why. Jesus said, except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Jesus also said, suffer or permit little children, and forbid them not to come unto me. For such is the kingdom of heaven. So just like, let little kids come bother me. Why is his face, like, his facial hair is different in everything, like, very different. So here he looks like, what's his name? Ray Comfort. And here, he looks like that guy from Deliver Us from Evil, that pastor that was like smoking and shit, because he used to do drugs, and so he just like smokes and drinks now. So he looks like him. And then here, his face is really squished, and he looks like a fucking cryptid. And then here, he looks like He looks like my uncle in the late 70s, early 80s. My black uncle, because he had like a small afro and like a fro beard, like that curly beard. Why is Jesus doing that? Is that part of his magic? He's sinless, so he gets to just do whatever he wants with his hair? I don't know. These kids are just chilling. I don't know why they got headbands. I don't know what that's about. Look at this little kid. Why does this kid looks like a lost boy? You know what I mean? Or like a, what is it called? Not a gremlin. There was a shit. There was a movie and there was like a famous little person as an actor. Willow. Looks like Willow. That's it. So for all we know, this is like a grown teenager. Do you have the faith of a little child? Can you admit that you are a sinner who cannot save yourself? If you put your faith in Jesus, then God has a place in heaven for you. Now, it's just so weird that that's the picture. It's like, don't you want to be like this kid with a bad haircut? Don't you, too, want to be like this little child? Yeah, Willow, exactly, right? Doesn't it look like Willow? And if you come to Jesus and knock at his door, he will open the door and he'll let you in. Look at this now, receding hairline. He looks almost like a Discord mod. Oh, that's why the kids. We're not getting monetized. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. For the jokes, yeah, I'll make jokes for free. Fuck it. So he'll let you in, and if you come to him, he won't cast you out. Alright, so are you guys ready to just revert back to magical thinking? Be as a child. And then Jesus will love you. That's a fucked up message. If you start behaving like a child and acting like a child, that's when Jesus will let you in. No. Jack. He don't know jack chick, man. That's a message. That is a fucked up message to give. Nobody else can save you. Trust Jesus today. No thanks. So let's look at this analogy. That it's supposed to be a castle on a hill, and we're all trying to get in. This would mean then that everybody... I get this concept that other religions are trying to make a connection with the divine. I get that. But this idea here was more like astral projection isn't real. That was kind of what I got. Not that Buddhism is the wrong approach, but that if they're lying about astral projecting into the castle, then that's the wrong part. Kilroy says, I love how he puts that stupid mini contract at the end of every track. I know. I wonder if anybody ever filled it out. I love that the actor for Willow is so popular, particularly for Star Wars and Harry Potter. Yeah, I mean, good job, dude. Get that coin. But this would mean, again, that we're all trying to get into heaven. And we're doing so by force. And that's not it. Because this is not like, oh, this is my choice to get into heaven. Because if somebody came and said, hey, there's a door, you could just get in with a door. I like the guy who said, well, it could be a trap. But other people saying, I refuse to believe the door exists. That's dumb. You know, I don't think that works. Like, a building will have a door. That's just to be expected. But the universe will have a Jesus? That's not expected. Do you know what I mean? That's where the analogy isn't working. For a while, I was wondering why North Korean defectors tend to be Christians in the South. I guess it's easier to find another religion than just to quit the religion when they lost the faith. Gosh. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth, Obyung? There was, maybe you recommended it. It was about North Korean defectors and trying to get into South Korea. And yeah, they're all doing it through a church. Yeah. I also found it interesting after the wall fell, mysticism kind of came back into Russia. Like a lot of very mystical, magical thinking, traditional religions, witches, and and that kind of stuff. That really came back, and that was, I think, interesting. But I don't think this analogy works, because it assumes we're all trying to get in the castle, that we all want to get in the castle, that we're going to give up everything to get into the castle. Like, they're not going to work, they're not at home. You know what I mean? They're risking their lives to get in the castle. This would also mean that this hand that comes out and cuts the rope, that's God. That's God, like, causing damage to this guy's spine. Thanks, God. Castles are damp, moldy, gross. Why would I want to get in? I bet they don't even have Wi-Fi. Some people don't believe in nothing. Like, how you gotta believe... you gotta believe in something. Well, I don't think anybody believes in nothing. What I'm saying here is this idea that Jack Chick has, which is not me making it up. He writes it in here. So that people are selfish. We want to find our own way to happiness and into heaven. So Jack Chick thinks that non-Christians are trying to get into heaven. That's what he thinks. That we're trying to get in there by, like, getting a lot of money or getting a lot of fame or getting an education. He thinks that we're doing these things to try to force our way into heaven. And that's why it doesn't make sense. Because why are we trying to force our way in here? And so here, people just wanted to get in the castle. They don't say why, right? So my guess is curiosity. So they're all trying to get in the castle because they're curious, but that doesn't work because they're trying to say that the analogy is atheists are also trying to get into heaven in their own terms. And we're not. I believe in other stuff, but I don't believe in heaven. So, yeah, that's where I think it fails. Jack is not good with analogies. He's just not. The only other one I wanted to see was... what was it? The Present? We saw The Present, right? Charlie's Aunts. Little Prince. Oh, I just want to see, did we read The Ghost? The Little Ghost. I guess not. Should we read The Little Ghost? I mean, it looks pretty fast. Let's do it. The Little Ghost. Boo! What? Boo! That's not scary, Joey. I'm a ghost. Come on. I know you want to scare me, but it won't work. What about me? I'm the devil. No way. How come? Everybody's afraid of the devil. What? What kid? Does Jack has he met children? Not me. Well, how come? Because Jesus loves me and the devil is afraid of Jesus. Who's Jesus? How old are these kids that they don't know who Jesus is, living in a country where they probably have heard of Jesus? Jesus is God, and he loves all the little kids. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So first of all, we're going to have to sing the song. But why are we going back to child loving? This is wrong. I'm not trying to make this connection. It's just, it's there. Jack has connected it for us, and I want to disconnect from it. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. But the devil hates us. What is she wearing? Is she wearing, like, freaking fishnet dress? What the fuck, Jack? And Jesus came from heaven to save us from the devil. Oh, get him, Spike. Destroy that kid's property without his consent. Jesus had to do something for us. It was awful. But he did it because he loves us. Whoa, what did he do? He came down here to die for all the naughty things we've done. Oh my God, he died? Yes, God calls all the bad things we do sin. For God so loved the world, John 3:16. So Jesus allowed mean people to hurt him and put him on a cross. And there's the devil going, ha, ha, ha. And the devil laughed. Why did Jesus do that? Because the only thing that could wash away our sins was his blood. And Jesus is God. The devil was happy to see him die. But 3 days later, the devil almost went crazy. You know what happened? Jesus got out of the grave and was alive, and he beat the grave and the devil was furious. Because now the children could get away from it. What the fuck? Hello, Jonathan. Why? Why? I'm not reaching. I'm not making something that's nothing. Like Jack writes it down. Jack. Jesus asked the children to love him for what he did, and if they believe that he died for their sin, they could go to heaven. And guess what? What? The devil didn't want me to tell you that story. Because if you give your lives and your hearts to Jesus, Jesus will love you and watch you forever. Do you want to follow Jesus or the devil? Jesus. Then pray with me and make the devil mad and Jesus glad. And now they're all on their faces praying. I think that's a very childlike thing to do. Yeah. I like the cats praying and the dogs praying. I like that touch. Okay. We can just appreciate, when Jack makes a good choice. Dear Jesus, please forgive us. Come into our hearts. We thank you for dying for our sins. We love you, Lord. Give ourselves to you. Hey guys, God did all of that for us. Isn't it a wonderful story? Give your heart to Jesus so he can save you and take you to heaven too. And then we get the nobody else can save you. Read your Bible. Know Jesus. Oh, we don't have the check marks. No shit. All right. So did that convince you guys? Did that convince you to follow Jesus? I mean, I know these are aimed at kids, but do you think a child would believe this? That's my question. If an 8-year-old picked this up, is this something that would confuse them? Because when you're a little kid, you kind of want to align yourself with power, right? So you have the most powerful character and you're like, yeah, I'm that character, and you dress kind of like them or you play them when you're play fighting, right? I was, who was I? I was either Wolverine or Cyclops. That was my thing. Because it was that kind of thing. So that was me, because I thought Cyclops was pretty powerful. And Wolverine's really hard to hurt, but Cyclops I thought had power. You can shoot him and stuff, whatever. Okay, cool. Colossus, I was also a big fan of Colossus. That's hard to play act, though. You know what I mean? So it's easier to go, pew, and shoot somebody with your eyes. All right, cool. That's what you do as a kid. If the devil is, everybody's scared of him because he's so powerful, and then she gave me that choice. So do you want to be with Jesus, this guy who's just whatever, I died? Or do you want to be with the devil? I'd be like, the fucking devil. He's still cool. And he didn't die. You know what I mean? He stayed alive because he didn't have to kill himself because he's not stupid. That sounds like a better idea. What do you think? Right? The devil's afraid of Jesus because Jesus is God. But that's all she says. And then God did some nice stuff. But what did he do though? It just made the devil mad? I don't know. I mean, if the devil doesn't want me to tell you that story, that sounds like the devil's kind of fucking powerful. You know what I mean? I don't know. That sounds cool. I'd rather follow the devil. Yeah. Not some guy who just dies. It's dumb. Right? I don't know. It's just, I don't think it would convince anybody. There's one way. We got random God. Wow. Oh, I think this is for little kids. Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, this is an easy read. God's free love gifts. All right, so let's imagine we are in a war-torn country and they drop these things for us, okay? Because that was something that we had to think about. We being the Marine Corps, it was we needed pamphlets to show how to use some of the stuff that we were dropping. That was the thing, like peanut butter, for example. So it was you had to have these pamphlets, but they had to make sense for people who can't read. And you know, what is a gesture? You know, a gesture in one country means one thing, but it means something in another country. So that was kind of the interesting cultural thing to do. So let's say you drop this off. There's a big ghost, and he's touching a naked man and a naked woman. There's grapes, there's palm trees, there's a daffodil, and there's a big ghost. And the ghost says no, and he's pointing off to the left. And now we can kind of put together this idea that no means the tree. He's pointing to the tree, not to the left. And then they look at the tree. They touch the tree, but the tree oozes shit on them. Damn. It says sin and poison. Now, it looks like death. It looks like you're going to die. So now that's what we have to assume, that we're rained on with death. Now, we're covered in toxic chemicals. We're decaying. And as we're decaying, the ghost says, I don't like that. Stop. And that's what the ghost is telling us. And the ghost is saying, you're diseased. I'm going to quarantine you. So they try to wash off their leprosy, but they can't. And they still have leprosy. And now their kids have leprosy. Because I guess when you got leprosy, the first thing you want to do is have kids. And now all of their incestuous children all have leprosy. And they're still quarantined. But they see a door. Also, there's fire. And it says, God's love gift inside, all welcome. Which is weird, because why did you build the fucking wall? Weird. So now it looks like a trap. But we want to get inside. Oh, there it is. But if you go too far, there's fire. That's alright. We got a leprosy. We're peeking inside. And then we see pictures. There's a baby. There's camels. There's a guy with a hammer. There's a guy with a cross. There's a cross. And then he flies away. It looks like he immediately went from the cross because his arms are like that. And he flies away. And now we see him dead again. So he's he's dead. He goes into heaven and then he fucking dies again. And that's your free love gift. Is you could have leprosy and suffer, or you can just die. And it's over. And so they're like, look at that guy. Didn't we see him alive? But now he's dead again. No, thank you. I'd rather live with leprosy. And they're like, two kids are like, this is awesome. I love seeing this dead guy on a fucking piece of wood. I don't know what's wrong with these kids. They're, look, incestuous, leprosy, like I said, 2 standard deviations off to the left. All right, these are not Jerusalem's best and brightest, okay? So they are now in love with this dead, floating man who's still dead. Except this one kid, he's like, this is the dumbest, what? He's mad. Wasted his time. He thought leprosy would be cured. He thought he was going to get a gift. He thought it was going to be cool and free and love. And instead it's just some dead guy. Just a floating dead guy. I'd be pretty mad too. Now they fall under the floating dead guy. The floating dead guy drops blood on them. And now they are clean. So wash their sins away. But we don't know that's sin. We know that it's leprosy. He cures their leprosy. And he says, look, this dead guy cured our leprosy. And this guy's like, that's pretty fucking messed up. This is messed up. This whole thing is messed up. I'm leaving. And he comes back to the people. And some more people go inside. And they say, hey, there's some stairs. Let's go on the stairs. Oh my God, they did. They fucking died. I was right. Right? I said dying is better than leprosy. And that... Jack Chick and I, psychic connection. That's my bae up in heaven, right there. Psychic connection. The ghost is there, and another man is there. We don't know who this other man is. There's also a flying bird. We don't know why. And then there's music, and there's people, other people, and it says John 3:16, and what John 3:16 says. You are 4 years old. You get this comic. Do you come to Jesus? Do you understand the message. I mean, this looks like, at least with this death stuff, you're alive, right? You get rained on, you got leprosy, but you're still alive. With this dead guy, you like him, and then you become dead like him, and you die. They don't see their family ever again. They died. And then the ghost is like, hey, you hide and seek champion, you found me. This would not. What the hell is this? The only kid to realize that a relationship with Jesus is a toxic relationship, with him leading you to the carrot and stick of false promises. But what false Yeah, I mean, this kid knew. He's like, I don't want. This is gross. I'm not dying. You know, I hate my life, but this is worse. You guys are fucking suicidal. Get out of here. I'm going back to my family. He smiles now. He's like, yeah, he's happy. These guys are scared. We know why they're scared, but the other kids don't. Like, children don't know why they're scared, because he doesn't show us. And then that's it. Also, with this interpretation, hell, you only get to hell because there's so many people reproducing that you ran out of space. That's how you get to hell. That's a weird concept. That's such a bizarre concept. Because why are they walking off? They don't have to walk off. It's bizarre. This is the weirdest fever dream nonsense I've ever seen. Jack Chick produce. I don't know what's wrong with him. Jack Chick. He's something, man. He's something. He's something. It's hard understanding the Bible, especially the names, unless it's my dyslexia. Nope, it's just hard understanding it. The names in the Bible are confusing even without dyslexia. I mean, they can be, but the Bible itself just doesn't pan out. Last time I checked, leprosy does not affect clothes. That's true. But maybe they're bleeding through their clothes or something. Like the ooze, like oozing through their clothes. Jack pumped this one out at 4:45 on a Friday. Drunk. No. LSD. This is some 1970s drug shit here. This is not modern drugs. This is not just sleep deprivation. This is not, I want to go home. This is some, like, classic drugs. And I kind of want to read one more for little kids. The Present, we read that. Best Friend. Oh, exactly. Jesus is my best friend. They're walking around, picking little shit. Makes everything. Wait, look at Adam. Why is Adam look at him? Eve is like, and the monkey, the monkey's like, oh, what are they doing? They doing something. Oh, they're doing something. He's cupping something. He's doing it. He's cupping it. And she's like, yeah, that's it. He's cupping. He's cupping. That's what he's doing. That's why the monkey's like, maybe I should hang out. That is beyond bad to put in a children's. This is for kids, guys. It's for kids. Adam, and she's looking like her. Adam is turning the key. He's starting the engine. And that's the face of the engine getting started, right? That's Adam. Know exactly. He's like, what these hands do, right? So let's check out these new bodies we got. But why is it in a kid's book that he's looking all like seductive? Look at that, seductive Adam. So let's tell you about Jesus. He loves me. He's going to take care of me even after I die. He's got a beautiful mansion for me to live in. He can make a mansion? Sure, he made everything, even you and me. What's his name? It's Jesus. Can you tell me more about him? Sure. He made the earth, and he put the people, and he put the garden. Here's God freaking rolling his D20s again. Their name were Adam and Eve. They were doing things. But God made them leave because they did something naughty. They disobeyed God. Okay, what did they do? Because all we don't see, do they talk about the fruit? No. We just see Adam and Eve being steamy. And then it says that they had to leave. And this angel is chasing them with this fiery sword. And they got clothes on now. But they didn't have clothes on before. Weird. They had lots of kids, and they was naughty too. God called the naughty thing sin. And God says sin would bring death, and since Adam and Eve didn't say sin, they had to die. But their sin was passed on to their kids and to us, and now everyone died because of the sin. I had done a lots of wrong things, and God saw all of the things. I got scared because I learned God will never allow sin into heaven. This is awful. Like, this is a child, and especially with the little kid voice that I'm doing. This is a little kid. And she's like, yeah, I'm a fucking sinner. Like, I have done so many goddamn bad things. Like, oh my God. Like, I'm nasty. Like, I was a fucking addict. I killed a guy. And I stole a bunch of shit. And God still loves me. Like, she's just like a kid. And the evils now that she thinks are like, one time I took an extra candy. And that's going to send me to fucking hell. This is horrible. This is awful. This is... That child love stuff in the past, that was just like bizarre, you know. But obviously we know Jack didn't mean it that way. This is fucked up. This is a kid thinking they're like the worst, hell deserving, fire burning, Adam looking sus, both hands in the air, don't touch the no square. Right, like I'd be, huh? Then sometimes I reread it and sometimes it's way worse. Like, did I say it right? But hey, God knows I'm trying. I guess. So I thought I'd never go there until I heard what God said in his holy book. What holy book? The Bible, silly. For it says God loved the world. He gives his only begotten son. And whoever they believe him shall not perish, but they will have life in everlasting gobstopper. Isn't that great? I don't understand. Okay, let's show the picture. Okay. The Bible said for God... And then we get Ghost, Mega Ghost, and again we don't know what's happened. There's no back to it. He's just sitting in a backless throne, so it looks like he's just really short and he's got really long legs or really long arms and he's holding two pillars. So loved the world, and the world made everybody, and God loved all of us, and He gave His only Son, and His Son was forgotten, and Jesus comes as a baby. And because Jesus is the God, he never died, but he died. And he died a lot, and it was very painful, and that's God's gift. Like, you guys think I'm fucking with this, but that's what it says. I mean, not verbatim, but that's what it says. 2 days later, Jesus rose from dead, and if you believe him, so I believe him. And then I pray, and I don't go to hell. But I have everlasting gobstopper in heaven. Like, this is... Well, I want Jesus. Will you pray now? Oh, yeah. Lord Jesus, thank you for the gobstopper. Please come and save me. Oh, I feel good. My sins are gone. Now, Jesus is my friend too. Can I ask you a question? Sure. When we get to heaven, can I live next door to you? Oh, I love that. And that's it. What the fuck? There's no back to the throne for easy access. Wow. That's good. That's good. Let's see what we got. Is the monkey supposed to be the snake? I don't know. So his name is Jesus, Jesus, and he built everything around here. I'll give you his number. He does landscaping too. I remember a child preacher on the Oprah show. He yelled verses, but he couldn't explain what he preached. Yeah. Was that on Oprah? I do remember it was on a talk show, definitely. Yeah, I do wonder what happened to him. I think we can do that in like another video, just to like, where is he now? You know, that kind of thing. So that's that. And it looks like I've been here for 4.5 hours, which is awesome. Thank you guys for joining me. My back is at its limit. I'll tell you when I got up to go get the outfit and whatnot, my legs felt like I had ran a marathon yesterday. So I don't know. I took the heavy duty meds today, because I needed them. So, but even the heavy duty meds are not carrying their duty. So it is time, I think, to head out. Let you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Duffy Strode. Okay, I'll check him out and we'll see if we can do like a where is he now and Not a deep dive, but maybe. Yeah, I'll try to have a good rest of my Sunday. I'm not sure what I'll be eating, but I'll probably post it in the food and drink section of our Discord. If you're not part of the Discord, let me share it with you guys. I want to be posting more. It's just been a rough few months, really rough, but it is what it is. Never expire. Generate new link. Copy. Boom. There we go. All right. Have a good day. Have a good night. And we'll see you later. Probably cropping out some of these to put up as like a standalone Chick track thing. And having fun. It was foggy in Undong. Oh, are you in Undong? We'll see you. All right. Have fun, guys. And yeah. If you have any Halloween stuff, please post it in the Discord chat. I just love to see what you guys are doing. It is my favorite holiday, so I don't think I'll ever grow out of it. I'm very happy that I work at a school, so I get to dress up. Yeah, it's a good time. All right. See you later.